Good morning, and thanks for joining us here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for day 2 of week 2 of Series 5 here at the MODUS Super Series, where yesterday, well, there might have been a bit of a surprise start by a couple of players in the group. Here's a reminder of what happened. Niall Culleton's return to the Super Series started with a big win over Justin Smith, but that was to be his only win on Monday. Smith's heavy defeat in his opener set the tone for what followed, but a remarkable closing victory against Darryl Pilgrim may have saved his day and his Group A campaign. Scott Taylor was hit and miss, a former weekly winner in Portsmouth, but he will have his work cut out after just 2 wins on opening day. Darryl Pilgrim won his first Challenge Tour title at the weekend and produced some stellar stuff yesterday. When he was good, he was very good. He recorded 3 wins from 5. But it is double Dutch at the top of the table. Dennie, Olde, Kalter impressed on debut, picking up 8 points to end day 1, joint top. He's tied in the order of orange with Arjan Konterman, who recovered from losing his first match by winning the following 4, completing Dutch July on Monday at MODUS. And joining us today here at the Super Series, a pleasure to say that Scott Mitchell is alongside me and we'll be providing commentary with Glenn Durrant. Scott, a few familiar faces to you in that highlight reel there, one in particular who maybe stopped you from picking up another Challenge Tour title yourself.
Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, I'm over the moon with that. It's, yeah, you know, Darryl played great at the weekend and yeah, he started well yesterday. He
certainly did. We'll take a look at the table to show you exactly how things lie. He did start well, Darryl Pilgrim. When he was winning his matches, he was playing with that really high ceiling. But Konterman and Olde Kalter really stole the headlines in the group.
Yeah, very much so. They're 2 players that I've played a lot of and been turned over by those 2. They're typical type of Dutch players who like to play at a little bit of a pace, and once they start hitting, then you're in trouble.
Yeah, Scott Taylor as well, he's won a week here before, as has Justin Smith, so we know that anybody could make a move today and has the potential to win 4, if not 5 matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Scott Taylor was a surprise yesterday. You know, he comes here and usually plays some of his best stuff here, and it didn't quite happen for him. But he's one of those that could reel 5 out of 5 today, you know, if he starts well.
Yeah, well, we're going to have a look now at the betting, and we're going to reflect on how it was yesterday as well with the market movers. One big one, Dennie Olde Kalter, the big outsider yesterday. I know that you were at home shaking your head at that, and now you've kind of been proved right.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very similar with the Jerome Mioch thing a few weeks ago. It was exactly the same thing. Nobody gave him a chance on the first day, and he won the group. And Dennie has more than that in his capabilities to do exactly the same.
Yeah, Scott Taylor now at 8-1, only won a couple of games yesterday, but Pilgrim, despite winning 3 out of 5, remains favourite, so the book is really fancying him this week.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that the first 3 the games yesterday showed that, and, you know, your class doesn't disappear overnight, so he'll be back wanting to do more of that today.
Absolutely. Well, let's try and get a bit of value for you punters at home now with the MODUS Super Series Bet Builder, a handy treble put together. Pilgrim minus 1.5 on the handicap against Justin Smith, over 5.5 total legs in the Culleton-Konterman clash, and then Taylor minus 1.5 against Culleton again on the handicap. Pays just under 6-1. Scott, what do you make of that?
Yeah, I'd have probably gone for something similar myself. I mean, I think that the doubtful one for me is the Pilgrim-Smith one. I think that Justin didn't quite perform yesterday, and he'll be looking to start early doors and get that going. So if there's a doubtful one there for me, it's probably that one.
Yeah, good point, because Pilgrim was the only player he beat yesterday and plays him again in the second game of today. If you do have a bet, of course, gamble responsibly. BeGambleAware.org, and it is indeed 18 plus. Right, Scott, we've only got you for this day this week, so I just want to get your opinion on who you think is going to win this group and maybe even go on to win the week.
Look, you can't look at Darryl Pilgrim after yesterday and not think that if he starts to turn up and do what he does, I've travelled with him a little bit. He's a really nice guy. If he puts too much pressure on himself, then he won't win the group. Dennie and Arjan will be there to mop up the bits.
There we go. We will see what happens. There's only one way to find out. And usually on a Tuesday, we have a better picture of who are the contenders going into the final day of action tomorrow. The first match is Dennie Olde Kalter. He takes on Niall Culleton, who he beat 4-0 yesterday. And Scott Mitchell is going to head downstairs in commentary to join Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. And let's hope we have a little bit the same as yesterday, because it was a fantastic day. Guy in your picture, Dennie Olde Kalter, the big outsider. But it was no surprise for my co-commentator, Scott Mitchell, who was surprised at those odds. Dennie is a very, very good player. He's the British Classic winner in 2019, which is a very tough competition to win.
First leg, it's Dennie to throw first.
Niall Culleton, who flattered to deceive yesterday. I was sort of chatting with Niall a little bit last night as well. He's said how fantastic he's looking, and he has lost 4 stone, and it does affect your throw, it does affect your balance.
140.
It's a bit like sort of starting again, and I will be chatting with my co-commentator Scott Mitchell, who had something similar going back to 2012, where he lost a lot of weight quickly, and maybe he can just sort of add a little bit to that. But Dennie was absolutely superb. But he is on debut here at the MODUS Super Series, and he was definitely on a real high yesterday. You could see with his opening victory, he was really fist pumping and really enjoying the occasion. Well, today now,
60.
The word that comes to me now is expectation, because yesterday 14-1, you feel he's on a bit of a free roll, whereas today people will be looking at him, people will be expecting him to win, and we'll see if we can get the same results. And I'm absolutely delighted to be joined by Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Glenn. Yeah, I think everything you just said there is absolutely spot on about Dennie. I've played him a couple of times this year. He's I was just about to say he's a very straight thrower, and he hits a one right on cue. He's one of those. I think he's beat me a couple of times. I beat him a couple of times. He's very confident about his own ability.
Yeah, I do have concerns for Niall, Scott. I was chatting with him yesterday and chatting to you just before
100, and he requires
about the fact
120.
he's lost this weight, which we'll touch on in the next leg. As then he looks at Shanghai, very straight down, as Scott alluded to, but that's the tendency
41.
that can happen when you build someone up here in the comms box.
Yeah, he's got a few bit of time on his side here.
60.
Oh,
then he requires
got
79.
So far here, first leg this morning.
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Dennie right now is just really, in these situations,
43.
I would think of an athlete. I would think just free front run, because his opponent is struggling. You can see that yesterday, you can see it today. So the way I used to address this situation here is just
43.
run my own race, pretend I was in my own
36.
practice routine, because your mind can go elsewhere, that you've won the game before you have. You may bust totally here, but there is the option of the big one there. But Niall still on back on 178.
I think for Niall, there's, like you say, it's in his mind a little bit of what's going on with him. It's the
Game's on the first leg.
There you go.
Dennie
No
Olde
problem for him,
Kalter.
double 4. He'll be settled down nicely now, hitting that first double first thing in this morning.
Yeah,
Second leg, it's Niall to throw first.
Chatting to Scott as you were coming down there, and we mentioned the fact of how well he's looking, Niall, and the fact he has lost 4 stone. And you had something similar going back to 2012.
100.
Do you think weight loss and how quickly he's lost it as well can affect your game?
Yeah, it can do. I mean, it was about 2012, I think, at 13. I lost a fair chunk of weight, and it did affect my throw. I think sometimes you lose a little bit of muscle mass as well in your arm, and sometimes losing a bit of weight, your arm can actually start moving quicker than you usually would when you're a larger person. So there's a few things, and obviously when you're throwing off a more stable sort of base, I mean, you know more about that with the coaching side of things, but you're throwing off a more stable base when you're a bit more of a lump of a man, I found. And yeah, but I didn't try to put it back on. It just came back on naturally.
Tell me about it. I've got 4 stone to lose this week. I'm off to Tenerife next week. But now, looking at 161, I must admit this has been a much better second legger. I did fear for him in his first 12-15 darts that opening leg, and he's clearly self-reflecting because he was watching the games last night, and like you said, did message me options here on 161.
99.
Could have gone
Now
for the
we require
bullseye to leave a
116.
two-darter there. And as early as this, you feel Niall needs to get this. He needs a spark, Scott. He needs something to happen. He needs it to happen quickly.
92. Then he requires 62.
He's got to hope that Dennie here doesn't finish this 62. Oh, risky that one.
I like the fact he just stood back
30.
there as well. Yesterday he was doing that really well. And we said he needs a spark after 15 darts. He's left double 12.
Game's on the second leg.
Will be feeling
Niall
a lot
Culleton.
better after that because it was a very, very poor opening leg for Niall Culleton. And if you're just wondering what happens there, there's a 10-second
Dennie
gap
to
in
throw
between
first.
each
Game
leg
on.
there. And Dennie, as we said, is on debut. We'll get used to that. But I was saying as you were upstairs there, Scott, it was a beautiful day. Yes, a very fluid, the players.
97.
They sort of enjoyed the pace of each other. And I do think we'll see the best of them today and tomorrow.
Yeah, indeed. And going back to Niall, those legs, the more times he starts
140.
producing those legs and finishing them off against opponents of Dennie's calibre, the more that his confidence will come back. Because sometimes
66.
you start believing, oh, you know, I shouldn't have lost the weight, or I shouldn't have done this. And sometimes a lot of it's in your head.
I think so. The fact he was watching his videos back yesterday as well.
100.
Maybe where did it go wrong? And he certainly picked up something that we said in the commentary. And we'll try and do that. He may even speak with you, Scott, after listening to this now. And
80.
much better. Like I said, he's got his average just shy of 80 now, but it was very low early doors. He's beginning to throw straighter now. He's finding that treble 20 bed.
100.
Yeah, he is. He's being impressive, actually. It's like you say. It's just finding something that makes you sick
60.
and work again,
Now you
and
require
not think about
161.
particularly yesterday and how things went.
He changes equipment a little bit as well. He's using
59.
various different flights, and I even questioned that they were a different dart, but Phil Bars, I was working with yesterday, felt it was the same dart, just a change in flight and stem.
59. Now you require 102.
Again, I'm not a fan of this 101 going for their 102 starting on the
62.
ball, but
And he requires
you
139.
see Scott Taylor today. He's doing some finishes I've never seen before, Scott.
Yeah, sometimes some of them you do scratch your head about, don't you?
91. Now you require 40.
For a 2-1 lead, and more
Game's on the
importantly, a
third
breaker
leg.
throw as well.
Niall
Niall Culleton is
Culleton.
finally beginning to enjoy himself and looking like the player we all know that he is. It's top versus bottom, but it's the player in
Fourth leg, it's
bottom
Niall
position
to
who's
throw
leading
first.
2-1 now.
Game on.
This is not the start that Dennie Olde Kalter wanted. He's deep in thought there. He knows what the situation is, but it's much better to see Niall
59.
beginning to show what we know he can do.
And it's like you said just a little bit earlier. Dennie would have been thinking, oh, I've got one guy first game, that'd be
140.
lovely. I'll put 2 points on my score. And that's kind of the way that he's played, a little bit defensive, if anything.
Well, I'll put a couple of things to you, Scott.
100.
I mean, say we've spoke so highly of Dennie, and then you've come into the comms box today, and you've talked about how good of a player he is, a British Classic champion
41.
in 2019. He represents the Netherlands, which is tough, but now we're scrutinising number crunching, and he hasn't had a great challenge tour.
45.
His best run was a last 32 run. He had, defeats of Chris Landman, Andy Bolton, Henry Coates, Pete Burgoyne, Kev Lane. Only 190 average winning that he had over
100.
them 3 days and 5 competitions. And even going to the Challenge Tour back in May, he wasn't great. So for me, he didn't come here in great form.
I would
60.
say, if I was going to be hyper critical of him, he does play better in his own neck of the woods, if I'm going to be honest. Holland, sort of Belgium, Germany, that's where I've seen him play
100.
some of his better darts. And that's just being totally honest.
Last 8 of the Dutch Open this year, Scott, and we all know how tough that one is.
Yeah, I only ever done that
97.
once. So
And he require
in
120.
about 14 attempts.
Can he squeeze it through? That's unlucky. That was a well-thrown second dart.
100.
That's
Now you require 140.
tremendous 3 darts then. Puts all the pressure on Niall here for this 140. Is looking good for 2-2. And the reason I say that is that Dennie just did not miss double 10
45.
yesterday.
And he required 20.
He's quite a straight up and down thrower, isn't he? So something
Game's
like
on
that
the
you would
fourth
think
there.
would suit him.
Dennie Olde Kalter.
Yeah, I'd love to see the exact stats on that, but it's a good feeling, Scott, when you
Fifth-legged
walk onto
Dennie
the
to
off
throw
when you know
first.
that you're
Game on.
smashing in a certain double. Obviously, my go-to double was always double 16, and double 10. If I got it out, I would freeze. So when you see a double that you know you're used to
125.
hitting regular, it's a nice feeling when you step up.
You were quite amusing at times to watch, stood behind you, trying to avoid that double 10. It was you were trying to
100.
avoid tops. You say about people going funny ways. You had some strange, quirky ways to get back to that 32.
Absolutely. 488. I went for on 21.
85.
And Casey Gallagher never spoke to me again because it was mixed pairs. But I said, Casey, it's what I've done. I hate double 10 so much, but she thought I was throwing the game. So that's an indication to me how much I
140.
hated double 10. He had that little worry in that when he went 2-1 down.
140.
Other part of the characteristics and attributes of a player is real tenacity and fighting quality. And I'm saying that from Dennie now because he is expected to win this game now. He's top and Niall's bottom. And this is the kind of things that I want to see because yesterday was a great day. As he looks at 151. This would be for the highest finish of the week.
131. I reckon
Let's not forget,
121.
Niall Culleton's not been too shabby here. It's been ton 140, 140 for him.
87. Then he required 20.
Fantastic leg of dart. And Dennie wants double 10. It's horrible when you go to that double 5, isn't it? Chance for Culleton. I don't expect him directly to go up a double 70, but it looks like he is.
on the fifth leg.
And the reason I said that is
Culleton.
that is the least double to be hit in the world of darts. Double 17, very, very rarely seen to be hit to win a leg of darts. That's absolutely fantastic in Niall Culleton. And whatever he did overnight, Scott, a lot of self-reflections, looking at his throw, looking at his game. He did not come out the traps, but boy, is this the best we've seen of him. Forget averages. Forget checkout ratios. He just looks better. His demeanour's good, and there's real positivity coming out of him.
Yeah, and I think no matter what happens with this game, Niall's going to be really pleased with this. You know, it's a turning point for him. And we talk about that double 17. The reason is because nobody goes to leave double 17. That's the main reason it's not very hit very often. And the only time it is ever hit left is usually on a similar instance to that, where somebody goes for the ball and it's a 16.
A good shout, Scott.
140.
Like in this game, we had some fascinating match play between players yesterday. Real ding-dong battles. And this one's another great battle. Can go either way. It's still very much in the balance. Need Dennie really for a couple of trebles here. Treble-less. 30. And that score there makes Niall Culleton a big, big favourite for this match.
I'm a big fan of this group. I think this is one of the most even groups we've seen in a while here at the Super Series. And I expected there to be sort of, when I saw the groups on Saturday,
100. No,
I expected there to be sort of different winners each day on this one. You know, different people having dominating days.
Yeah, good shout. Oh, don't miss the 18, I would say. Treble is the bonus.
93.
Fantastic lure from Niall Culleton, and this is absolutely sensational. Bearing in mind the opening leg was an absolute disaster for him, and the reason for that wry smile is he saved his best darts for potentially his last 3 darts. Niall Culleton must just focus on double 12 for the match. Double 3 from double 17.
18.
That would have been double 17, double 3 to win the games, but that 177, Scott. Was that the difference?
That was all about scoreboard pressure, wasn't it? And putting him under. Now we're up that straight up and down side. Dennie really should take this.
Game on the 6th leg.
He does indeed. Because of the way that his throw works. But Niall Culleton, touch unlucky there to end up in that
7th
double
final
9.
leg. It's Dennie to throw first.
And that's just what the MODUS Super Series is all about. These best of 7s. For an athlete, it's like a 60-metre sprint. And from Niall just looking so good for the match, Dennie has now become a big favourite. He's got the darts.
60.
But doesn't find a treble. For Niall Culleton now, ton 40 is a must.
60.
He knew that. He knew that, and that's why they were probably tight darts in his head. And now Denny's thinking, well, he's missed. I've got to hit something now, and he just scraped something there. That's a big dart, that last treble 19.
Yeah, every dart in the treble now is like gold dust. I'm surprised he changed that. Look, the perfect first dart for him. We do see some fantastic camera angles here at the MODUS Super Series, and with that, he's, like Scott alluded to, very much at the beginning, he's so straight as Dennie. Yesterday he was finding that treble 20 bed, but he got better as the day went on, where a few of the players, which we'll maybe touch on in the next game, where fatigue might kick in today.
140.
A lot of these players have come from Challenge Tour. That's something that we might have a chat. So please contact us on social media, MSS Dart. We'll have a chat about anything. And
85.
Who do you fancy for the week? As Niall Culleton has got himself in a fantastic position again.
Yeah, he sure has.
91.
Superb last start again. Depending on these, he's almost turned the darts, but another one of those and it's back.
95.
But it's not.
No, you require 112.
Absolute swings and roundabouts this match. Ups and downs. And Niall Culleton's the first man. He can't get down to a double. All he can do is lay
48. Then he require 104.
Chance for the Dutchman.
What were you saying about hitting the big numbers when you go for the trebles in the last leg? That could be crucial. Culleton.
44. No, he requires 64.
So we will be looking at the 16s bed. He's a very traditional way of going. He has to hit the fat 16 or the big 20. A dart that tops for the match.
24.
Bends the wire.
Then he requires 60.
For Dennie, Olde, Kalter, my co-commentator said he's very straight. Well, he needs it with his first dart. He gets it. He's got 2 darts for the match. It's been an exciting game. A fantastic finale. A confident, clean and decisive conclusion to the game. Dennie, Olde, Kalter continues to impress. And he goes back to the top of the table with a really important 2-pointer. So up and so down. Now Culleton will be disappointed, but I've definitely seen some positives in the game, and it went right down to the wire there. But it's the Dutchman that takes the 2 points. A great start to day 2 as we move on to Darryl Pilgrim against Justin Smith up next.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Darryl Pilgrim and Justin Smith are about to play in the second match of Tuesday's action. This was the only fixture that Smith won yesterday. Something of surprise when you consider the form that Darryl Pilgrim comes into this event in, having won his first challenge to a title in the PDC just at the weekend. He beat Scott Mitchell along the way. He's in commentary alongside Glenn Durrant, who had a little catch-up with Darryl before today's play started.
Darryl, day 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. A very much an up and down day yesterday. How did you assess it?
I feel like I threw really well for the first 4 games, even though I lost my third one, but just a couple of missed doubles in that one. And then by the last one, I think just a bit of fatigue kicked in.
Yeah, that was the word I used, fatigue. Anything that you can do today to correct that?
Well, obviously after the long weekend, and I drove down yesterday morning, so I've had better night's sleep than I did the previous night, so hopefully I'll be all right.
Yeah, we've got to talk about the weekend as well. Back in the winners' enclosure, what's it like to be winning on Challenge Tours?
Yeah, fantastic. I've been wanting to get that first Challenge Tour for a while, and I finally got there.
Beat Andy Bolton along the way. I think we used a couple of names where it's really top amateurs and you were beating them, and that just shows you the talent that you've got. You know, you're at that crossroads right now. You're sat in 15th place on the Challenge Tour rankings now. What are your priorities moving forward?
Well, hopefully being 15th, hopefully I can sneak into some Pro Tours, because there's quite a few before the next Challenge Tour. I've got another Euro Tour to come as well, so hopefully all good.
Yeah, the reasons behind going to the associate members, are you enjoying that, them qualifications, getting on them brilliant stages in Europe?
Yeah, it was the first time I'd ever done them, because I didn't realise they'd come out a few years ago, so I thought 5 in a weekend, it's worth doing, and I qualified for 2.
And finally, day 2, what's your plan? What's your strategy for today?
Well, win all 5, I suppose, but no, just to throw well, and then what happens, happens.
You're a fantastic talent. I look forward to watching you again. Good luck.
Cheers, again. Cheers.
Yeah, welcome back. And yeah, great little interview there. A little bit of an insight into how Darryl feels. And yeah, I managed to get on the wrong end of one of his games at the weekend. It was that end of day 1, I think, if I remember rightly. And I played in the final already myself. I was dying on my feet. But that's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it. And yeah, he's got one of those titles under his belt, and I can see him getting more. There's one more Challenge Tour towards the end of the year, and he's one of those that is a player that goes under the radar a little bit for me, and with the ability that he has, Glenn, I would say.
First leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
He's now coming to the fore, and we're seeing more and more of him, and his name seems to be appearing around the place more.
Yeah, the beauty of sitting in this seat is I'm getting to know an awful lot of players now. Darryl Pilgrim was a name I knew about, but when you sit down and he's got everything. He's got a beautiful throw, a really nice temperament, but he's got that ceiling. He's got that very classy A game, but there's just a couple of times when things aren't going right for him. You see his vulnerabilities, and he's still got plenty to work on. But yeah, when you watch 60. That, it's just a throw that I really enjoy watching against the bearded dragon, Justin Smith. I think he's got just so much. He's probably the most talented player in this group.
180.
The first 180 of the day. But yeah, Justin Smith, it would have been interesting to get a sort of chat with. I didn't really want to bother him too much today, but
140.
I realised playing Darryl Pilgrim, who yesterday opened the show with a 99 point something average. He was absolutely brilliant in the first game, and Justin Smith, that might have been 57. On his mind. For Justin Smith, he beat Darryl yesterday. It was a good foundation for him, but it was a very disappointing day. And Scott, when I was chatting with him before yesterday, didn't even practice for this competition. Didn't go to Challenge Tour.
164.
Any thoughts on that?
I maybe could understand why he didn't go to Challenge Tour if you know, he did well here in
require
previous visits
158.
and putting the emphasis on this, but not to practice and not really to do stuff. I mean, you know, fail to prepare to fail, isn't it? I think is the word that everybody uses
120
in darts, but he is one talented player, this fella, and we're just seeing it. Oh, that was just a little... But the one thing I would change about him is he does wear his heart on his sleeve, and he gives away to an opponent when things aren't quite going his way.
Yeah, we touched on that a little bit yesterday. Darryl Pilgrim looks at treble 10. Double 18.
26.
Once again, you can see that
Justin, you
wire
require
being
40.
bent. Now, yesterday, Justin Smith had to tell him that they
Game
were
show
going
the
in,
first
his
leg.
opponents, when they were getting
Justin
chances.
Smith.
That's an excellent start for Justin Smith, who is the type of player, that maverick
Second
type
against
player
Justin
who
to
could
throw
play
first.
5 and
Game
win
on.
5 today. That's the type of talent we're looking at with this lad. He's bundles of it, and sometimes his worst enemies himself.
96.
Always, you know, back in our pomp, they were the dangerous players to play, Glenn, weren't they? You know what you're doing. You were never 100% sure what they were going to do to you.
Frantic,
180.
frenetic, them type of players, them ones who can go up there and have a 110 average or a 65 average. And
60.
yeah, he's one of them type of players. But Darryl Pilgrim just reminded him that he's the boss. He's the one just fresh off winning a challenge tour. This is getting interesting.
125.
It was indeed right till the last one, and I think that last one was the one that interested Darryl the most, actually, or surprised him more than
58.
anything. I don't believe he was looking there where that one went.
Again, another 180 would be nice here. 180, 125, 180. That would be lovely. Well, he's on for it.
125.
It's either that or we've just played a little playback there. But once again, he's average around that 99 mark. He's got exactly what he did this time
71.
yesterday. We're looking at either treble 13 or treble 17. The double 16 for an 11 darter.
Game
That
shown the second
is
leg.
stunning.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Indeed it is. I like that.
So
walk
it's
back up
Darryl
the
to throw
oche, not
first.
round it,
Game on.
walks back up it. Lets you know that he's commanding the place. I love all that.
Yeah, he throws that imaginary dart. There's been a few players who've done that, isn't
43.
there, over the years?
The ghost throwers. Yeah.
A lot of Asians do it. I've been working a little
60.
bit with a Chinese, not national team, but some of the, and they're so robotic. They sort of, every single time they throw that ghost dart, and you could just close your eyes and it's the same player each time.
98.
Yeah, there's another two young fellas who I'm proud to be befriended and I've been friendly with. Cam Crabtree does it a little bit as well. Stood behind. Yeah, he won a challenge tour again this weekend, and Owen Bates does a little bit, and those two get on like a house on fire. And Cam won his challenge tour, and then Owen straight away won his right after. They're carbon copy of each other. I think they're really good for each other, and
85.
obviously both have been here at the Super Series.
Yeah, I was looking at the top 20 of the rankings of the Challenge Tour, and every single player has played at the MODUS Super Series. I thought that was a real testament of the MODUS Super Series right now. It is the place to be. There's another fantastic camera angle there of the guys' throws. You do see the side on, the front on. The most elegant throws aren't always the best. But if you can just keep that, if you can keep that body still and let the arm do the work, it makes the game a lot easier.
100. Are we recording
I think Darryl does it to
145?
real aplomb.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. There are ways when you start out that you want to be throwing to give yourself a chance of success. There are lots of random throws, but as long as it works,
57. Justin, you require
for
80.
you, it works.
Good stuff again here from the bearded dragon. Just want to slip into the 5 again, so nice and safe, a double 10.
70.
Yeah, the kind of things that happen when
Darryl
things aren't
require
going your way.
88.
I still think there's big things to happen for Justin Smith this week, but it might have to come from Group B or C. Double 14 for Pilgrim.
Game shown the third leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Masterful from Pilgrim. Those little bread and butter shots, those 88s,
Fourth leg against Justin to
64s or
throw
whatever.
first. Game
Those
on.
are the bread and butter shots that keep your average tidy. And that's exactly what Pilgrim does. He's a massive scorer.
99.
And then his short irons are absolutely superb coming into the doubles. And when he's got 3 in his hand, it's very rare that he doesn't take the leg back with him when he returns his darts.
Yeah, it's a good analogy. That. I
100.
like that about Darryl. Again, there's that view there.
100.
Much better from Smith, despite the fact he's 2-1 down here, Scott. I like his mannerisms, his demeanour today. I think he'll always be shaking his head, but both him and Niall Culleton despite the fact they haven't got 2 points under the belt today. Both shown
85.
promising signs, because the MODUS Super Series is a marathon, not a sprint.
And it's sometimes that overnight, particularly on the Monday,
29.
where you haven't quite achieved what you were hoping to achieve. It's just nice to be able to take stock. I love the fact that you can catch up immediately, pretty much once you've finished the session. You can catch up with your games and just kind of find out what's gone wrong. And sometimes you see a bit of shoulder in your throw where you're being a little over eager or whatever, and you can stop it immediately the next day. And, with knockout play, it's gone until the next time you make the TV in 3 months' time.
Yeah, so really flat front foot there onto the hockey. Nice balance with that back leg there. And like I said, he's just letting the arm do the work.
133.
Yesterday we called him a real FDM, a first dart merchant. When the first dart went in the treble, the others followed. 8 180s yesterday, did Darryl have?
57.
Treble is there for Smith. Opportunities here for Pilgrim. It's not an easy 1-1-3-3 because you're up and down the board. There's the first part. He went for double. I'm not so sure about that, but of course, you're talking boring does it here.
76.
Where these younger players are going now. But for Justin Smith, can't miss the 20 bed. He's going to give himself a dart that either tops a double 18. He loves double 18. Really needs it.
Game show on the fourth leg.
That is
Justin
absolutely
Smith.
superb. Very clinical. Like I said, not a lot of emotion yesterday. He was hitting doubles yesterday, Scott, and shaking his head.
Fifth leg, it's
I was like,
Darryl
you've just won the leg. What more do you want?
You need, you need positivity to help create better things to happen for you.
43.
I'm a big one of that. I can lose a game 5-3, but if I've hit a 180 in that last leg to put their tops under pressure or whatever, I look at that in a very positive light, because the easiest thing to have done was gone hit 26 and made life easy for my opponent. So I think if you can break a game down and find a little positivity everywhere
138.
you look, I think it will improve your game all over.
Yeah, I hope Justin's watching, looking back at this game and listening to them words from Scott there, because I think that's the next element for you. You're a super, uber talented player. But like we've said many times, that talent is just the 50% of the game. This is really good for Pilgrim. Look at his eyes. The determination in them 3 darts was absolutely fantastic. And once again, we've been spoilt the past couple of days with superb match play.
95.
And I just think each player is bringing the best out of each other.
Yeah, absolutely. So now, making sure you don't bust your score and moves across and aims at the big segment.
Reminds me of Andy Hamilton there, who actually goes for the small segment of the 20 of that juncture.
85.
Tops for Pilgrim.
Now you require 40.
Another game under 15 darts for him.
Game
Nice
show on
to
the
see.
fifth leg. Darryl
Smack
Pilgrim.
bang in the middle for a 3-2 lead. It's going with throw now. Justin Smith will see the positives. He's just shy of 90.
Sixth leg, it's
Once
Justin
again,
to throw
Darryl
first.
Pilgrim
Game
averaging over 96. It's a very polished performance so far.
95.
Unfortunate there from Smith, just flaxing off the barrel into the treble 5. Like you say, Pilgrim is in the lipstick
90.
in his first match here this morning.
Yeah, I think his reaction there, because I'm sure every time that first dart went in the treble 20, that was clean. I was literally about to say
140.
180 pending. So they've been disappointed with that lateral drift into the 5.
$58.
What's your plans now then, Scott? You got your eyes on the seniors. Is that your next competition?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, we'll be there. I think I'm in the afternoon
98.
session. You're in the evening one, aren't you?
I've got the graveyard 10 o'clock one. Too old for 10 o'clock darts.
I've got the 1 o'clock one, which,
I'll swap.
well, yeah, no.
135.
I'll be in bed by 10 o'clock when you play, probably, to either drive home or or be preparing for the next day, one or the other.
Yes, you're playing someone who changed my life.
Don't we just know it?
43.
When I look back of what happened, and I reckon I might have walked away. I'd Hoagie at that double 8. It would have been just too tough to go through another season, another year of disappointment after the Scott Waiter one the year before.
Justin, you've got 125.
Look at the centre of the board, Smith. All he can do now is set up. 108 left. Options here. He's that double 14. First chance for Pilgrim for the match.
He went bet against it. Well, that was a bit of a high, wide and handsome.
Is he already thinking of the last leg, Scott?
Justin, you
will have the darts in the last leg, but Justin Smith must stay focused on this double 14.
On the sixth flag.
Once again,
Justin
smack
Smith.
bang in the middle. First game went 4-3. The second one is going all the way again. Very tight group here that we have. I think we're seeing all 6 players at their best right now, because there's just something about Justin Smith and Niall Culleton. They've corrected and right some wrongs from yesterday. And you can see Pilgrim is feeling it there. There's a lot of body movement in them 3 darts. Chance for Smith.
I thought that was going to be a 180 on a pinhead there.
Yeah, it just wobbled that second dart there. I did criticise him quite a bit yesterday, Scott, for not using that treble 19 more. Here comes Pilgrim.
140. $59.
Oh, we're opening up here. 2-4-3s today, no matter which way this one goes. That's a good sign of how evenly matched the group is, as we mentioned earlier.
118.
You feel it's more important for Pilgrim right now. You can just sort of see how much it means. But this is excellent from Smith. I've really enjoyed his performance here. Really enjoyed him. What he'd give for a treble here.
59.
Chance for Smith. Give me a 140, he's thinking.
I'd be thinking give me a ton in that situation as a minimum requirement, and asking a 140 of yourself is sometimes a far stretch under such pressure.
Now we require 127.
The Paul Hinks, I call this. It's not going to happen. But what a dart. That could be the winning dart for me, that second one.
79.
The importance of that treble 20 going in there, because you knew Smith can't finish.
Yeah, that second one and Smith's second one as well from the visit before when he hit the 5.
Require 48.
For the conclusion of another fantastic game. Perfect marker. And what a match, what a finish, and what a player Darryl Pilgrim is. That was another fantastic contest, and big credit must go to Justin Smith there, who showed lots of optimistic signs moving forward. As we look at the tail of the tape there, both just very close to that 90 average there, with Darryl Pilgrim just shy of 92. Great on the outer ring, both players. A brilliant game to watch, thoroughly enjoyable, but it's Pilgrim that takes the spoils. And next up, it's Scott Taylor against Arjan Konterman.
Both matches so far finishing 4-3, every possible leg played in the first 2 games at the Super Series on Tuesday. And Game 3 features Arjan Konterman, who won 4 of his 5 yesterday. The Dutchman takes on Scott Taylor, looking to put the brakes on that Dutch dominance at the top of the table. Can he do it in this one? Let's find out in the company of Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. Another interesting matchup. Yesterday, Taylor wasn't quite himself, the Bolton man. He is. He's had varying successes here at the Super Series. And Arjan
First leg, it's
Konterman
Scott
is somebody I know
Game
a little
on.
bit about. Bumped into him a couple of years ago on the Challenge Tour before I got my tour card. He was hanging around with, I think he travelled with Jitsi van der Waal and the two of them were sort of taking everybody on as a little team between themselves from their little part of the world, and they were very
59.
impressive, and both still are. Scott Taylor won a couple of games yesterday, so he's not totally out of it on moving day. But he had obviously the ruling weekend at the Challenge Tour, and then
140.
straight from there sort of Sunday afternoon, evening, and head down to here and settle in again for another sort of period of sort of continued play. And it's not something you do lots of, Glenn, is it, in your darting career?
Yeah, exactly. It's been great to see Arjan, to be fair. Come across as very personable, very chatty, and I've been speaking to a few people about him as well. But these players have met 3 times on the Challenge Tour, as Scott alluded to there, going all the way back to 2019. And surprisingly to me, it's Arjan that's 3-0 up. And after the 4-1 win yesterday,
93. Scott, you require 64.
4 times they've played. Arjan's been a pretty comfortable winner in all them games. And we'll see some really strange ways of going for Scott Taylor. But the
first
work,
leg. Scott
64,
Taylor.
I don't think I've ever seen anybody go down the 16s route on 64, but he bamboozled us yesterday on that finish.
Second
He's
it's
done
Arjan
exactly
to throw
the same
first.
again today.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to Scott Taylor educating me on some of those. He's a player that I
135.
don't ever remember playing him, to be honest. And if I had, he's probably beat me. So that's why I'm probably trying to eradicate it from my
58.
mind. But yeah, he has some lovely and weird and wonderful ways to go.
140.
No, you've never played each other.
No, I didn't think we had. But I am a dart player. I do get things wrong sometimes.
180. $140.
It's a good bout of scoring here.
$180.
I'm
Aaron,
a
you're
big
requiring
fan of Scott
86.
Taylor. And once again, this looks like another great game. It's bullseye for the Dutchman.
61. Scott, you require 83.
A couple of 180s, and he's still behind in the leg. So you look at treble 17. 16 area for double 9.
Game shown the
That's
second
the way
leg.
to do it. 2
Scott
stunning
Taylor.
finishes, very solid. And Scott Taylor was a real disappointment for me yesterday. I made the cardinal
Delegate
sin,
Scott
Scott,
to
of saying
throw
he was
first.
going to win the
Game
group.
on.
I actually apologised to him as I walked through the players area. But I'm a big fan. He looked very stiff in the shoulders and chest area yesterday. Bear in mind, he's already hit 2 180s in this match already. All day yesterday, Scott. Only 2 180s.
Yeah, an unusual
100.
stat for him. One of the things I noticed this morning when I come in and started read through what was going on yesterday, he's again, he's a little bit like Pilgrim. When he gets that first one right,
30.
the next 2 just go in like a steam train right behind them. So to only hit 2 all day yesterday is a unusual day for Scott.
And he knows how to win here at the
81.
MODUS Super Series. We talked about horses for courses yesterday, and it's been one of them groups where Darryl Pilgrim knows how we do it. Niall Culleton's had success. Justin Smith. So all these players are getting used
121.
to the system. It was more the 2 Dutch lads who were sort of learning on the job. And they were very, very successful yesterday. But
100.
now in a position where I can say all 6 players are really feeling good about themselves, because the ones I had concerns with, albeit they've lost today, they're doing mighty fine. And that's a little bit unlucky. That second dart was in and out.
But what was lovely about that, the third dart nearly hit the spot where the one fell out of. It was
He's got your record,
perfectly
149.
thrown, the last one.
Third 180 of this match. And Konterman's got a big, big favourite now. And Scott can set it up, which he is. 72 left. Treble 16 is the preferred route, but I've given up with Scott Taylor predicting now. Put some pressure on this, Tops. Big dart.
20. Scott, you're required
Once
24.
Again, the pressure, Scott.
It's scoreboard pressure and Taylor.
On the third leg.
Easiest thing to do when your opponent's missed is just pop in and hit behind him.
Fourth-legged Arjan to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, some lovely finishes there, and he does like the left-hand side of the board, Scott. Double 14, double 9, and double 12 finishes so far. So, what do we reckon for the last one? A Tops for the win?
I know he's either got to go double 11 or double 5, hasn't he? To finish the sequence, but yeah.
140.
I think Arjan's got a little bit to say. He's opened up here with 180, 140. 3 180s in one match for Taylor. 2 all day yesterday. I think he's feeling a little bit more today, Glenn.
Just looking at the averages there, this is just one of those classic MODUS Super Series, and they're not stopping.
180. Aaron, you require 96. $44.
To end,
you require 42.
A scintillating performance, a stunning Scott Taylor. Set Tops. And Taylor has the power. What a match. 4-0 victory over a shell-shocked Arjan Konterman. What a performance from Scott Taylor. 109.31 average. Where did that come from, Scott? That was brilliant. And Arjan Konterman in defeat, 102.18. An absolute MODUS Super Series classic. Today has been absolutely brilliant. 4 from 6 on the outer ring. Lovely finishing. Welcome to the party, Scott Taylor. And next up, it's Justin Smith against Dennie, Olde, Kalter.
Hello again, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've had 3 fixtures so far. The first 2 going the distance, 4-3 wins for both Dennie, Olde, Kalter and Darryl Pilgrim, before Scott Taylor really turned up, averaging more than 109 in a whitewash win against Arjan Konterman. And that means that ahead of his match with Justin Smith, Dennie, Olde, Kalter is now clear at the top of the table and could increase that gap to 4 points if he manages to get the victory in this one. Remember, he was the rank outsider before a dart was thrown, but that's certainly changed now. So can he open up that little bit of daylight at the top of the table by seeing off Smith? We'll find out in the company of our expert analysts in the commentary box. It's over to you, Glenn and Scott.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's kind of over to these two after that 109 average from Scott Taylor. Who wants to follow that? Not me. I'd rather be sat in here.
First leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
Superb referee. And Binks.
180.
He's back on the 180s calling already.
$81.
Fabulous opening sets of games today. Sometimes you can build up a group and then sometimes they're flatter to deceive.
43.
But I thought yesterday was really good, but that performance there from Scott Taylor for me was a real standout moment and maybe inspire the others too. But like I said, I'm really, really impressed with this man here yesterday. I talked an awful lot of negativity about him, but I'm really liking what I'm seeing. Now, part of me wishes he'd got over the line against Darryl Pilgrim to see it better. I will stand by the fact that I see Justin Smith still playing a major role in either Group B or Group C. I think it's too much to ask now. 180s are just flying all over the place. What's going on, Scott?
Enough to make you spin your head, innit?
94.
Superb stuff.
140.
Superb stuff. So it's 140 for Dennie here. And he's really got his eyes on the prize. It's double 10 coming in.
120.
Talked about how good he was on double 10. I thought that was only going to be one thing, but Smith for 84, double 12.
Game shown the first leg.
What a finish. Clinical, clean, beautiful. Just another lovely start. 14 darter this time after Dennie Olde Culleton missed double 10 for a 140 finish. The execution of the doubles today has been absolutely brilliant.
100.
4 from 6, Scott Taylor. 4 from 7, Darryl Pilgrim. 3 from 4, Justin Smith. This is excellent stuff on the outer ring today from these 6 players. They mean business.
Yeah, they sure do. They've all thrown a few darts apart from Justin Smith over the last 3 or 4 days, and you know, it's lovely to be able to be throwing day after day, and
140.
particularly if you're playing well and you're feeling confident, and the games just can't come quick enough, can they?
But something you said off air when I met you this morning, Scott, is that come Thursday, Friday, does the word fatigue kick in for them guys that played Challenge Tour, where they're travelling? Something that Darryl Pilgrim alluded to in the interview.
100.
The pressure of being here, Olde, because it's not easy. You've been on that stage, Scott. Mentally, physically, it's not easy. You use the word fatigue come back into the week.
137.
I think we're going to have to be. I think the way that the group is made up, that's a good possibility, and maybe the man
137.
The best chance on Saturday night could be the guy that wins Group A and gets a couple of days off.
Yeah, brilliant, Scott.
$48. Justin, you require 24.
Chance for Smith. He's been brilliant so far. He's hit this double already. Centre of the board, like that. Take your time. Composure.
18.
Just couldn't find that execution. That pretty much sums up his week so far. But still no sign of any petulance or disappointment. Tops for Kalter.
16. Justin, you require 6.
To be this time. So, Justin Smith is on the bottom of the board. And the way his darts kick up, it does make it very difficult to see the target.
No score. Dennie require 40.
What did I say at the beginning of this leg? All players are hitting the outer ring.
$30.
Why do I do it, Scott? Why do I
Justin,
do it?
requires 6.
I don't know. I don't know. Oh, he's gone 2-2-2.
Game
now.
on the second leg. Justin Smith.
Yeah, lovely. Well, why didn't you do that last time, Justin? But look, we don't know what goes through your head when you're up there. It's sometimes not rational,
Third leg,
is
it's
it?
Justin to
Scott,
throw
I've
first.
walked to the hockey, go up for double three
Game on.
and changed my mind there. You just cannot sometimes as a dart player. I used to think, what did I do that for? Why did I change my mind?
140.
So you just don't know. Justin might have stood behind Denny's strategy was, I'm going to go 2-2-2 next time, because his 3 shots of double three were quite poor, to be fair. And as Scott mentioned there, his
140.
darts do sit up, so if he does miss, he does have to walk across the hockey there. So, but good start. Really enjoying Justin Smith today.
100.
So the way on double three his dart sit up, then blocked them. He was so close to the double 2 wire when he went 2-2-2 that he was able to use it to an advantage
140.
on that occasion.
$60.
Makes the group very, very interesting. If Dennie was to lose this game, it would bunch up and bring in players like Scott Taylor, who maybe this morning thought his chances of toppling the group
100.
was all but over. Maybe it's going to take someone today to run through the card. And after that performance there, is Scott Taylor going to be the man?
100. Then he record 121.
Yeah, the fact that he won a couple on the first day meant that he's not totally out of it if he can win 4 or 5 today.
93. Justin, you require 101.
That would have been for a breaker throw. Under 12 darted as well. Justin Smith can still do it.
81. Then he required 28.
There's pressure on the scoreboard.
Game shown the
But
third
that doesn't
leg.
affect
Dennie Olde Kalter.
Olde Kalter at all. He breaks back.
Fourth leg, it's Dennie to throw
He
first.
holds
Game
here. We will be on a best of 3 shootout, but that is a long way off. Every player that steps to the hockey knows that. You cannot presume that
140.
a leg is in your pocket.
Yes, I was introduced yesterday and said we've gone from Dennie Olde Kalter to Glenn Olde Darter.
140.
Chris Murphy again, Scott. What's that about?
I've got a picture of Chris Murphy. I'll show you later. I bumped into him at the an
100.
ADC event last week. It's a lookalike, a doppelganger. Should
60.
Chris ever need a day off here, I'm sure that I can get this young man Ben in and sort the problem out.
Well, if he calls me Olde Darter again, I'll borrow that picture from you.
105.
Yeah, the problem is from Ben, he's from Dorset, so the tone of his voice gives it away as soon as he speaks. So
96.
Great
Then he
response here from
record
Dennie Olde Kalter. It's
156.
156 for 2-2. So treble 20 bed. All he can do now is later. Still got an option to go downstairs. That's a beautiful, beautiful second and third dart.
140.
He's a very impressive play. He does represent Holland, which is very, very tough in its own right. Will not be going to the World Cup
100.
in their shortened
Then he
team,
requires 16.
but a tremendous player.
Game shown the fourth
Fantastic
leg.
darts.
Dennie
2-2.
Olde Kalter.
Another level game. Today's been very, very tight, albeit that Scott Taylor game, but there's nothing really much
Fifth
to
leg, it's
separate
Justin
these
to throw
players.
first.
Sometimes
Game on.
just a little bit of magic.
97.
Such a long dart players are using now. I mean, Luke Humphreys, I'm guessing that long stem as he started something there, but some of these darts are like javelins.
100.
why do you think that is? Because, I mean, it just wasn't around sort of even 3-4 years ago. It's-
96.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about 28mm points. I mean, they're unheard of now. These really soft dartboards now, when you've got a really small point, you basically, all you're seeing is the
100.
barrel there. So I think that was the change for a lot of players there. But yeah, these really long darts. And obviously I used to throw from the nose.
60.
I throw from the nose. So it was very difficult for me to have a long dart. But yeah, when Luke Humphreys started doing what he does, I think a lot of players have followed suit.
Was it Ulf Sader that always had like a 50 mil point? Was it the Finnish guy?
Yeah, we were chatting about
140.
that last time I was here. We couldn't remember the Finnish lad guy's name, but yeah, then Justin Pipe then took it to a new level, didn't he? I think he started throwing, and bless him, rest in peace, Kyle Anderson was throwing 50-odd millimetre points as well.
$58. Dennie Rick,
I think I
161.
noticed there that Justin Smith has changed his flights, but he did come in here earlier and ask if he could find a flight
48.
punch. If anybody had a punch to put the ring through the flight. And I noticed in the first game he had a lot of flights coming off his dart, so I think he seems to have changed
100.
flights back
Dennie Rick,
to putting a ring on to
130.
stop the having to bend over and picking up the flights.
Yeah, when they asked him for a punch, I had to stop Scott Mitchell hitting him. It's tops for Kalter.
Game shot in the fifth
Just
leg.
getting better and better.
Dennie
There's that
Olde
little
Kalter.
fist pump, which tells me that he's really focused. Has a lot of desire to win the game. I think when he's on debut, I
Seems
think
like
he's
it's Dennie to
enjoying the
throw
whole
first.
situation of being
Game
here, and that was another tremendous example of his finishing power. And what it does now, you've got the opportunity to really run away with this game. That's a great start.
140.
It makes your opponent need a minimum 2 trebles.
85.
Bit of a deflection there from Justin Smith. Otherwise, it could well have been 2 trebles again. Another
60.
high average match.
I think wherever anybody finishes in this group, they'll
99.
fancy their chances in Group B and C. There's some good players still to come this week, but I think there's a lot of the quality is in Group A this week. It's not always the case.
100.
In fact, my eyes usually go to Group B. I've seen some fantastic Group Bs over the past sort of 12, 18 months. But this Group A has been...
60.
It promised some real highs and it's delivered.
$100.
Marvellous stuff again from Dennie Olde Kalter.
180.
Matched
Dennie Rick,
by
101.
Justin Smith. He does not want to go away.
I love that response. Treble 14. He's gone for the ball for double 16.
69.
To say what
Justin,
a
you
way to
require
finish that game
77.
again. A bent the wire for Justin Smith. You look at the treble 19. Fat 18. He's going to have a dart at a double to go 3-3.
57.
Just drops low now. Denny's
Dennie
already had his
requires
sighted on
32.
32. Can he see out the job? Takes his time.
Game shot and the match.
Moves across the
Dennie
yockey,
Olde
opens the
Kalter.
bed, hits the double 8. Danny Olde Kalter doesn't look like throwing his lead at the top away. He walks away off the stage there with real purpose. Once again, Justin Smith, I hope he sees the positives from that game there. He's looking so much better. Just maybe the 2 from 9 on the outer ring will be the disappointment there. But let's give the credit to the Dutchman. 96 average again. That lovely 113 finish, and just the way he moved across the bed for that double 8. He moves on to 12 points. He's looking very, very good. The pack are chasing him. It's Niall Culleton next against Arjan Konterman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Dennie Olde Kalter defying the pre-tournament odds with another victory in that previous match, meaning he's now clear at the top of the table by 4 points. Arjan Konterman, his Dutch compatriot, looking to close that gap. He will have to get his first win of the day if he can get the better of Niall Culleton, who was beaten by Olde Kalter in the opening match. Two senior stars in commentary today, Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell. Over to you, gentlemen.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, the opening games could so different for Arjan Konterman. He was absolutely blown away by a sensational Scott Taylor in a real MODUS Super Series classic, with both averaging well over 100 in that game. Expertly refereed by Owen Binks and Niall Culleton. I was very, very impressed with his opening game, albeit being in defeat to top of the table Dennie Olde Kalter, but I saw some real positives compared to his games yesterday. Everything's against him at the moment because Arjan Konterman, another 180. Yeah, you wish you were coming back tomorrow, Scott, do you?
Yeah, I do actually. I'm really enjoying this. I can't believe we're sort of like first 4 games have gone through.
180.
Hang on a minute.
This is where the excitement, not only for the player, and it's just managing that adrenaline that's going through your body right now.
Ooh. 125.
Yeah, leaves a 8-8 for a 10-darter. What a day Arjan Konterman's. He hasn't won a leg yet. And he's playing absolutely sensational. Is this going to be his first leg of the day?
Game shot the first leg. Arjan Konterman.
Leg of the week.
Second leg, it's Arjan
represents Holland again. Very similar to Dennie. He won't be in the World Cup squad. Where's it at this year? Is it Denmark?
125.
Yeah, the Dutch squad looks absolutely formidable, as it always does, Glenn, from our times of
100
playing World Cups and Europe Cups together. Your first bunch of opponents you were looking at, you always look for the Dutch team, didn't we, as Englishmen?
99.
Yeah, the Wesley Harms of this world, I remember. There was always an extra special when you played either Scotland or Holland. There was always something in them games, but
100.
I think the game that I always go back to, Scott, is that I felt like me and Jamie Hughes had let England down, and you and Mark McGeaney just went on this pair where you couldn't lose, otherwise we were never going to win it. And there's a game, I think it was Belgium or Spain, because it was Tony Martinez, and you and Mark just held your
140.
I think it's the most I've ever celebrated when I haven't been playing.
Yeah, good times, mate, good times. I don't think you ever go to lose a game at any point in time when you're playing in an international shirt. Pride is so much at stake.
I think me and Jamie walked into Alan Suter and Ross Montgomery. As Arjan Konterman looks at 18.
Game shot the second leg. Arjan
Konterman. His 10-dart in the opening game. This is absolutely beautiful.
So look, it's Niall to throw first. Game on.
This is where, Scott, I get my little scratchy bit of paper here and start looking at the records. Jason Askew, are you watching?
85.
I remember playing Jason Askew when we were doing it all from home.
100.
And a next door neighbour was having a bit of extension built, and we had a rat-tat-tat, and somebody was digging up the floor with a Kango hammer. And we were trying to play, and he was just nothing but apologetic
60.
on the other end. Goes, Scotty, I can't do anything about this, which you can't do anything about the next door neighbour.
Yeah, where you think the MODUS Super Series evolved from. It's
95.
just a pleasure to be involved with now when we're seeing darts like this today. I think this has been one of the best sessions I've been involved with. All 6 players have really come
60.
to provide their A game today. And Arjan Konterman has been absolutely superb. He looks at 3 or 6 there. He's got options of going back
99.
upstairs to leave the big fish.
Maybe we're the lucky guys in comms, mate, because the last time we were here together for the one day, that was a beauty of a session as well, wasn't it?
100.
This is another step ahead, Scott. You have to think how good the Dutch team are if Dennie and
54.
Arjan are not playing.
And you look at the ADC representatives coming from there to the Super Series. There's a lot of young men. There's a few we haven't seen.
153.
Jitsi van der Waal, we've mentioned him a couple of times. Jimmy Van Ski. There's just you just keep thinking there's some more that could come.
90. Now you require 120.
Yeah, the names are reduced and reduced now. The players I haven't been here just yet. I was looking at the one of the players you played this week, Max Hopp. He'd be a wonderful addition, wouldn't he?
38. And you require 63.
Yeah, Max, a lovely, lovely fella.
This is the big number there for 3, and that's the
31.
first mistake from Arjan, so you can forget anything about
82.
records now. Niall Culleton should be looking at the centre of the board for a big 17. Tops for 2-1.
62.
Chance for
And you require
Konterman
32.
for a big 3-0 lead. An
Game
unassailable
shown the
lead,
third
you would feel,
leg.
because
Arjan
he's just
Konterman.
playing absolutely beautiful today. 102 averaging a loss to Scott Taylor, and now averaging 104.86.
Well, like it's Arjan to
Leading
throw
3-0.
first.
This is a
Game on.
great day again for the Dutch.
And when you lose with 102, Glenn, what goes through your mind is, what more have I got to do to win?
58.
And sometimes you come back and then win with an 86 the following game. But Arjan has not had that attitude. He's had the attitude that I'm going to do it
100.
again and see if somebody can turn me over again.
Yeah, that's why I used to much prefer the win-lose ratio when statistics
59.
come in. And I always go back to a player, I won't say his name, and I watched his game, and it was an awful game at the Swedish Open. And he come back and said, I've just lost in 14, 11 and 12. And I was like, no, you haven't. You're about 4. Where there's no hiding place now, is there, with stats, with me and you were looking at numbers now, which just blow your mind every time you see a 180 now. But I was much happier when it was just win, lose, and forget the averages.
Yeah, you used to have the
180.
140, 140, 140 and didn't get a poke. You've got none of that now because you can find every stat.
58. No, you require 81.
No hiding place. Not that these two would want to hide. Double 12 for the 11
on the
data.
4 flag.
Absolutely
Niall
wonderful
Culleton.
riposte there from Niall Culleton. He holds his hands up, but for me, you've got to give a lot of respect also to Arjan, who's been absolutely brilliant in this
it's
match.
Niall
But
to throw
Culleton
first.
is back
Game
in
on.
it.
And a nice touch there from Konterman to just, the camaraderie between the guys in that back room is pretty special most weeks. And yeah, they're a good bunch out there. I came through there obviously after doing the top of the show, and they're all in there having a bit of a laugh and a joke between each other. And that's great to see because, to be fair, they're not them frightened of one another, and they go out there and just a couple of mates going at it, isn't it?
100.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't played in the MODUS Super Series yet, so, you do build relationships. I can hear, I do go back to the Aaron Monks, the Andy Jenkins, where you can hear them. Even, I think my funniest was, what was the Swedish guy called?
95.
Andreas Harrison. He had ABBA on. And I looked at him, I thought it was definitely
84.
Motorhead or something like that. He had ABBA on. So, yeah, but the relationships are built. But what I really like, that transition onto the stage where it means business.
81.
It's like switching, flicking a switch, isn't it? And you right, lads. Yeah, as soon as you walk out that door,
99.
it's like a different
No, you
head
require
that
85.
you have on your body. A little bit like Wurzel Gummidge. You got your laughing head on, and you got your serious head on, and
Well, now
Game
Culleton's
shot
not
the
playing like
fifth
Aunt Sally, because that
Niall
is
Culleton.
absolutely wonderful again. Another 14 data. Absolutely brilliant. Another staggeringly good game.
Seems like it's Arjan to throw first.
Now, Arjan had this game in the palm of his hands at 3-0. And all of a sudden, if he was to lose his throw here, and they're nervy darts.
45.
A lot of body movement. Culleton is very, very much back in this match.
A little step up on the toe, wasn't it, with the last dart? And the
140.
first two looked with a very stiff arm.
Nervy moments now for Konterman because he was probably already planning
100.
his entrance off the stage, but fair play to Culleton. A couple of 14 darters. That beautiful 11 dart and that 81 finish as well.
$51.
And from Arjan threatening to break records, it's
60.
actually Culleton now averaging higher.
$43.
When the dart goes underneath with a guy with the throw that Konterman has, it tends to mean that he's held onto the dart just slightly too long.
Yeah, your brain's
140.
let go of it, and it's still in your hands. What we call the late release.
58. Now you're recording 101.
The 3-3. I still don't like that. Niall, if you are watching your games, now prove me wrong.
81.
Even if you hit a 1 or a 5 going for a 12 or 20, you've still got something sensible on, and it's easier to readjust to go to the treble, surely.
95. Now you require 20.
In respect of all that, he's got an opportunity for double 10. He is looking good. This can get difficult up here. Good marker, though.
10.
Chance for
And
Konterman
you
for
require
the match.
109.
He's going to get a dart at a double.
Game
He was threatening to run away with this game at 3-0 up, but Culleton
Konterman
did fight back to 3-2, but a wonderful execution of a 109 finish there for Arjan Konterman. It's been a very interesting day for him so far. He lost with 102 earlier, but this time he wins with a 90.68. But fair play to Culleton today. He's played well twice today without getting the rewards, but look at the checkout ratio for Arjan Konterman. Played 4, won 4 on the outer ring. The 109 finish was the absolute cherry on the cake there for Konterman. And next up, it's a big game. It's Darryl Pilgrim against Scott Taylor.
The Ace Arrows action continues here at the Modus Super Series, and we've seen some really good stuff today, particularly from Scott Taylor earlier on, a stunning 109 average in his 4-0 win over Arjan Konterman. And when you consider how Konterman has been playing today, that shows just how good that was. He takes on Darryl Pilgrim, who actually beat him 4-0 when the pair met yesterday, so he'll be looking for a bit of revenge in this one. Will it be Mr. P or Mr. T? We'll find out with the A-team in commentary, Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
I like it, Chris. Thank you very much, and welcome back, everybody, in a game that we felt yesterday at the beginning, at the start of play, that
first leg, it's Darryl to throw first.
Between these two
Game
could
on.
determine the winner of the actual group. Well, I think Dennie Olde Kalter has sort of proved that that's not going to be the case, and he's very much in the mix. But it was the man thrown first here. It was the dominant out of the two players yesterday. Scott Taylor on the back of that 109 average. Oh, he's right straight back in as well. And look at the grimace on his face there. That's what I've been asking for, Scott. I sat in the comms box last time and I criticised Scott Taylor. Not because I criticise, I'll give credit where credit's due, but I believe in him.
140.
We built this game up. Not a bad start.
Indeed, it isn't.
134.
Absolutely sensational start from Scott Taylor.
But going in with real determination as well, the darts. But Pilgrim just looks on a different planet right now. He's totally in the zone. Sensational.
At one with his game, I think you would say, and he knew what was coming this game after seeing Taylor the last one.
120. Now we require 47.
What a start to this match. But it's all about doubles.
15.
Chance for Taylor. He did have a bounce out, which will frustrate him. He'd be thinking, I'm going to get at least one dart or a double, but it's two.
Game shown the first
start of the day to Scott Taylor. Just the 11 darter this time. Brilliant.
Second against Scott.
How is Pilgrim going to react to that? Because he was odds-on favourite there. 49 after 9, and he's lost the leg. But Taylor was there on 67 after 9.
140.
And if we could possibly get a side-on view of Scott Taylor's throw, and I'm going to try and demonstrate the difference between yesterday and today, in my opinion.
100.
And I highlight my opinion. And just yesterday, Scotty was so stiff on the shoulders and chest.
140.
Everything was really difficult for him to throw, and the relaxation in his body right now, complemented with a real determination, and that's a Rolls Royce throw for me. That is just absolutely beautiful. A very long
60.
pullback, and like I said, under tense conditions, that might become an issue, but that is just so much more relaxed than it was yesterday.
82.
With that type of throw with Pilgrim, though, you can feel the dart, can't you? You
caress.
Yeah, absolutely. You feel where to pitch it, with a shorter back lift, you really are in the lap of the god.
140.
You're trying to force the dart to where it needs to be rather than caress it. And that's a beautiful camera shot for us to be able to do a diagnostic on.
Yeah, good shout, Scott. I totally agree. The micro pullback, it means that you're very wristy. A real flicker of the dart, whereas this one, like you allude to, just very
140.
Very appeasing on the eye.
28. Game shown the second leg.
13 darts, Scott. What's wrong with you? Absolutely beautiful once again, and no apologies at all for putting the averages up at this stage. Just look at those numbers.
$180.
Pilgrim at it again.
84.
I sit here and watch these all day.
Yeah, sometimes when you build a game up, these two heavyweights, these two juggernauts.
180.
This is just an absolute pleasure to commentate on.
You can hear everything's gone
47.
quiet. In production, everywhere. It's just gone quiet here again now for a second.
And that wasn't Darryl Pilgrim's face there. That was mine.
And then the silence was broken in our ears. We could hear
409.
the U's and R's. Super stuff.
Could we see our second 10 darter of the day?
$100. Darryl required 32. Game show on the third leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Sometimes you have that hangover when you've missed out on the perfect 9 darter there, but that double 4 there was well deserved. And once again, both players averaging over 112 and continuing to find that lipstick. It's a terrific game, a wonderful match. Could this be the final on Saturday night? Don't bet against it.
$137.
Like you say, that 180 and then not converting it can. You see a lot more of those legs lost than you would give credit for, don't
140.
you? When you're a bit long in the tooth like you and I, as Chris Murphy said, as you know, us seniors.
Glenn Olde data.
64.
I could watch these games till the cows come home.
140.
That's the line of the week so far from the farmer. Just when that first one goes in, you just... I'm writing on my notes, 180.
He's got your requirement, 84.
That's his 4th in this match. We're only in leg 4. Bullseye for Taylor.
59. Now we require 120.
I don't believe what I'm seeing here. It's tops.
100.
Oh, just caught the flight of the dart before, didn't it?
25.
It was a well-thrown dart. Now Taylor to tidy this up. Across to that side of the board that he loves. He is snarling at that double 12. And is it going to go?
Game shot
Quite rightly, it does too.
Scott Taylor.
Absolutely snarled at that thing.
And I'm loving the snarl.
Fifth leg, it's Darryl to throw
Absolutely
first.
liking everything about him today. And Darryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
He's averaging 121.82 and losing 3-1. Go figure.
57.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Darryl.
Staggering.
180.
Absolutely wonderful darts. Mesmerising darts. Beautiful darts.
84.
Oh, come on, Darryl.
141.
This is the most important dart on a 9 darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18.
It's
the perfect 9 darter. He's been threatening all day. Darryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish. What a match. Just the most incredible moment here at the MODUS Super Series. Scott, what have we just witnessed?
It's unbelievable. He's 3-1 down. He is averaging superbly. And here's the averages again, because you just can't show this enough. Look at this, 125.89.
177.
Here we go again with Scott Taylor. This is superb stuff.
140.
Sit back and enjoy.
60.
What would you be thinking if you were sat in the back room now, Glenn? One of the 4 players watching this.
Like you said, I think they'll all be enjoying it, believe it or not, because they're building up their friendship, and the camaraderie between the players is really, really important. And they'll be absolutely delighted for Darryl Pilgrim, and they're probably hoping they're producing all the best darts in here, and they go downhill from there.
85.
But now what's really important is forget the 9 darter now, and it's just about the 2 points. Scott Taylor's remained very calm. He was very magnanimous there. But look at this guy.
140.
I was about to say 7 180s. He's at 6 180s and he's losing 3-2. Scott will be thinking he's got 6 darts from this 179. Just a most beautiful setup play. But this game's had absolutely everything. And despite all the fantastic darts from Darryl Pilgrim,
100. Scott, you require 40.
it's Scott Taylor for the match. It's double 10.
30.
Interesting.
Darryl, you require
A
40.
huge moment, a momentum switch. That's a bit wild. The adrenaline running through their bodies right now.
Scott, you
is
require
palpable.
10.
We can feel the tension in here. Scott Taylor's been absolutely magnificent in this game. Can he put the match to bed? What a game.
Shot and the
what
match.
A performance from Scott Taylor. And the 9-dart man, Darryl Pilgrim, averages a mere 118.88 in defeat. One of the MODUS Super Series golden moments. I thoroughly enjoyed that game, and my heart's racing. I'm sure theirs are too, but just look at those numbers. Unbelievable. 118.88 is just the most staggering average. That perfect 9-darter to boot. But credit to Scott Taylor as well. He was absolutely in that game. Only the 180 from him, a staggering 6 from Pilgrim. It was amazing, thoroughly enjoyable, a game to remember. And after the break, it'll be Arjan Konterman against Justin Smith. Wow.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we've just witnessed probably the greatest game we've ever seen in this tournament, Scott. What an incredible match. 118.88. Now, that is the highest average we've ever seen, and it turned out to be a losing one.
Well, you need to have a 9-darter in amongst that, because you can't come off with 118 average smiling like he did. You know, what a sensational game. I couldn't leave the screens downstairs. I didn't want to get up here in time. I didn't want to miss it. And what a performance from Taylor to win it with 100 average and do enough.
Yeah, incredible stuff. I mean, we could talk about that game all day, but we better remind you of the results in all the other ones as well. Dennie Kalter winning the first match of the day, 4-3. Darryl Pilgrim then with a 4-3 win over Justin Smith. Then Taylor, I mean, he set out his stall, didn't he, with that 109 average against Arjan Konterman.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just been a sensational first 6 games, if we're totally honest. You know, it's a gripping view, and if you've been watching this morning, you've been blessed by seeing some great darts this morning.
Yeah, really, really good stuff. Konterman with that 4-2 win himself over Culleton. Olde Kalter has won both of his matches, actually. And then Scott Taylor with that incredible victory, really, when you consider what we've just read out about Darryl Pilgrim. Just another thing on Pilgrim in that match, 118.88 average. He missed 8 darts at double.
It's absolutely concerning as a player that still plays him. So, what would have that been? What could it have been? He was running 125 for most of the game. So, it's one of those, you don't know where it's come from as a player. You don't know how you got it to there. And like you say, he'll have 118.88. And because we're dart players, we'll look at that and go, it could have been more.
Right, let's just have a look at this magical moment from Darryl Pilgrim when he produced perfection in that previous match. Well, there we see the first 180 going, and there've been signs of this already in the game, hadn't they, Scott?
Yeah, the 180s have been flying in up to then, and superb. Always on that left-hand side, both of those 180s, funny enough.
And then he decided to go the treble 15 route, felt more comfortable having missed the treble 19 earlier on. And a decent dart in the double 18 as well, and he gave it the big roar, and why shouldn't he after achieving that? And what a week he's having, winning a first challenge too, and now hitting a 9-darter in front of the cameras here at the Super Series.
It's lovely when you're on your pomp, as Mace would say. It's lovely when they're going exactly where you want them to go, and you just want more things to keep happening. It's just a lovely place for him to be at this current time.
And there's something about this group as well. He's not the only player that's sort of threatened to do such things. Just Arjan Konterman, who's practicing now, go 6 perfect darts earlier on as well. So, am I being greedy and suggesting we might get another one today?
Who says why not? The guys in the back room, I've come through the back room a couple of times today. They're all having a laugh and joking in there. And when you've got a room like that where they're all very comfortable with one another, you tend to not go up there trying too hard. You tend to go up there and like it's a game of darts with your mates down the pub. So who'd say that there couldn't be another one today? I'd say it's probably the right bunch of players to get one.
Right, the most important thing, of course, is trying to get through to finals night. So let's take a look at the table in Group A, and you can see that Dennie Culleton is clear on top after all players have played 7 matches. Pilgrim and Taylor playing really good stuff, but they've still got a little bit of catching up to do, and Arjan Konterman in between them and his fellow Dutchman.
Yeah, absolutely. And to see that they're both ADC Europe as well. I mean, the ADC Europe organisers will be absolutely over the moon with the performances of their players most weeks, but they've got 2 out top again now, and that bodes well for ADC Europe and the long-term future of them bringing players here to the Super Series.
Absolutely right. It's already been a record-breaking day here at the Super Series. What other wonders await? Well, let's find out. Konterman taking on Justin Smith in the company of Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Wow, I'm still getting my breath back here. That was absolutely sensational. 9-darter and still an 118.88 average and not winning the game. It was an unbelievable moment. I've just put my head into the players area there and congratulated them both. And yeah, I think both players have got to go away happy from there. But Scott Taylor is not going to get all the plaudits there. The game's going to be remembered for the 9-darter, even the record average loss there, but super solid again from Scott Taylor, his second 100 average of the day. He's on the march.
First leg, it's Arjan to throw first. Game on.
Like I said, follow that, and Arjan Konterman has been absolutely brilliant himself today. This is magical darts. This is magical
140.
Stuff. An absolute pleasure to be involved today. And Justin Smith's that type of character as well, that maybe
65.
Everything that's going on around it might spark him into something very, very special as well.
140.
140s are not good enough, I'm afraid. We need 180s.
100.
Joking aside, Arjan is just seeing that treble 20.
140.
Like a bucket. It's 81 after 9. It's tremendous stuff. Can Justin Smith get involved?
59.
He's good enough to do exactly what we've just seen from the previous 2 players and what Arjan's doing here for 11-darter.
Game shown the first leg.
12-1
Arjan Konterman.
Absolutely beautiful stuff, and the Dutchman just continues to do what he's doing. He's
second against Justin to
will put him on 12 points, and it would be a 4-point gap as well to the rest of the group as the 2 Dutchmen are really beginning to pull
57.
away. There's a real steely
93.
determination about his game. Quite like the old-fashioned dart players, Arjan.
58.
This is a real significant move from Konterman. Like I said, Scott Mitchell asked me the question, how do you think the players will be doing? And watching that previous 9 dart, well, by the looks of things, Konterman has remained totally focused, totally eyes on the prize. And he's producing a magnificent performance here already. I give no apologies. It was very early in the match.
60.
Just shown exactly what is being produced today. Staggering.
Well, the two lads, Scott Taylor and Darryl Pilgrim, are out there having a right old giggle about that game, having just come through the players' warm-up area. I'll teach you. Scott's just said, I'll teach you
40.
for beating me yesterday.
Game shot in the second leg. Arjan Konterman.
Response was, but I had an 18 average. He said, don't care. You beat me yesterday. You're not having it today.
Listen, I mean, that's got to go down as the greatest MODUS Super Series game that's out there, surely. There'll be people to prove me wrong there, but let's just have a little look at Arjan Konterman right now. I mean, unfortunately, with them set to dart, it has reduced his average, but he was averaging close to 120 there after 2 legs.
60.
I mean, I've seen some excellent groups in my time at the MODUS Super Series, but this one just tops the bill. Just been great chat with you, Scott, and to share the performances that we've seen today is just what's made our job very, very easy.
140.
It's the way they're performing. It's a great, very even group, but they've, they could easily have been performing 70 averages, but they're not. They're driving each other 82. On here, and they were all still believing, with everybody doing these big averages, that they can still beat each other. It's fabulous.
97.
What do you call it? Naivety or what? It's just a fabulous place to be mentally before you play, isn't it?
But the most focused player I've seen out of the 6. Well, I've said I've been very impressed with Scott Taylor, an area of the game I've criticised him, but I do like everything about Konterman.
60.
Yeah, like I said, I've known about him for a little while, and he was always going to come to the fore if he could stick to the game.
48. Justin,
when you get to play these guys for the first time and they catch you out, you see special abilities and. Oh, here we go. Talking of special abilities. Wow. Almost Justin Smith there. Cut me off mid-sentence with his superb ability.
44. Justin, you require 18.
He's split.
10.
And it hasn't quite worked for him on this time around.
And the information I had about this man coming into the week, he loves a big finish, as I was about to say.
82.
What set up play?
Require 8.
Fully expect Smith to get this. It's that side of boy loves double 18.
No score.
I think I need to shut up at times.
And you require 40.
That has to go down as a massive mistake.
Game shot on the third leg.
It's a leg
Arjan Konterman.
Smith should have walked away with and had in his pocket.
Fourth leg is just
and
into
2-1 with him with the darts. He was back in the game. He knew that, and that's probably why he missed.
Yeah, just a little bit about Arjan Konterman. He plays in the regional league in the area of Svola.
100.
Where he competes with the likes of Chris Landman, Vincent Campos. He was a guy I was sitting with for a while. He's never ever done the PDC. He's never done the WDF as Arjan. He's sort of always focused on the PDC route of the development tour and the challenge
60.
tour. But he's definitely on the right track, and he's improving step by step. And the MODUS Super Series is once again giving him a platform to
100.
showcase his talents. And boy, is he grabbing it with both hands. He has a real opportunity to join his compatriot at the top of the table on 12 points here.
140.
Justin Smith throwing very freely now as if the game is gone, and sometimes that's when you can be at your most
60.
dangerous.
Said it once and I'll say again, this is not the end of the week for Justin Smith. He's been there and done it at the MODUS Super Series. He knows how to win. But this week it might be via Group C. It's looking tough. The
140.
bottom two now are getting detached now. I think we are looking at the top 4 Justin can't get over the line in this game.
61.
Well, we've seen pretty much everything today. We've already seen a 1-4-1. Not this time.
65. Justin, you require 41. Nine. Aaron, you require 76.
Once again, that's a couple of doubles. Go.
For the match.
Game shot and the match. Arjan
Ultimately, it's
Konterman.
about getting them 2 points, but you've got to look, he was persistent throughout, was Arjan Konterman. See the dejected Justin Smith there. I'm seeing the positives for Justin. Maybe he's not, but Arjan Konterman had such a professional job. 92.49. It felt like after the Lord Mayor's show there, but he was so professional. And once again, what have we said? The checkout ratio, 4 from 5 for Arjan Konterman. That seems to be the real deal right now, and the 2 Dutchmen are sat on 12 points there. It's been a staggeringly good day, and Darryl Pilgrim was probably back a little bit too early, but he's on next, and guess who he's playing? It's top of the table, Dennie, Olde, Kalter. Don't miss that one. And Darryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Darryl.
Staggering.
180.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18. It's the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Darryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish.
And that happened just about 15 minutes or so ago. A 9-darter here at the MODUS Super Series, completed by Darryl Pilgrim, who's back in action now after one of the most remarkable matches you could ever wish to see. Not only did he produce that perfect leg, he also broke the record average barrier as well, and ended up losing the game. Scott Taylor winning it 4-2 in the end, and now Pilgrim has his sights set on the man at the top of the table, Dennie, Olde, Kalter. Well, if the previous game is anything to go by, then this could be something special. So to guide you through it, hopefully he's still got his voice, Glenn Durrant alongside Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, we're still here with our voices. It was an amazing moment in MODUS Super Series history. 118.
First against Dennie to throw first.
Set the record average and lose the game. I mean, you know, it was 2 from 10 on the doubles for Pilgrim in that game, and that's probably the story of why maybe he lost. But
45.
Yeah, fantastic one that sticks in the memory. That one for a while, and I'm sure it will do the two players, particularly Scott Taylor. We're winning it with 100 average.
140.
Just watching the highlights back there. What a buzz it gave just the commentary team here. Never mind the dart player himself, but it's going to be hard for him to sort of get back to where he was. But one of his strengths really is his focus and how calm and composed he is. And you need all them attributes when you're hitting 9 darters. But now it's back to, I think you take an 85 average in a win here.
99.
We travelled, Darryl and I had travelled back together in the taxi back to the airport from one of the qualifiers for the Euro Tours, the associate qualifiers out there in Hildesheim. And he said he's got a 9 darter in him, that's for sure. You know, he does them at home a lot, and he's got one that will be televised. And he's just sort of performed and done exactly what he told me he was going to do, you know, a few weeks ago.
No, it's a frightening, absolutely frightening what he's producing today.
180. Now you're requiring 82.
Already 2 180s in this leg. If you're back in 180s today, get in with a shout as Darryl Pilgrim looks at tops for the first leg.
Game shown the first
12
leg.
darter.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Just getting better and better and better. And if you are gambling, please remember 18 plus, gamble responsibly.
Second against Darryl to throw first.
Gambleaware.org. Can we invite Scott Mitchell every day?
Yeah, I'm up for it. You know, I'm up for it. But I mean, I was just coming back down the stairs and I saw a pair of boxing gloves on the wall there in a frame, and I was thinking,
100.
Everybody's got their gloves off today, mate. Nobody needs them.
Yes, gloves are off, and it's tungsten tossing of the very highest quality today. And like I said, when the first one goes in,
140.
Usually replicates there. Just looking at his 180s, he had 8 yesterday. He's already had 8 going into this game. He's had 9, 17 180s.
100.
Darryl Pilgrim. Both players averaging over 100 already. Yes, it's early.
133.
If I want to get excited,
stat,
I will. Yeah.
That 180 stat is just a crazy mad stat.
I don't think I've had 17 180s this year, Scott.
I don't even think I've had them in a month.
180. Now you're 132.
And that's counting my opponent's ones against me as well.
Treble 19. And that was the perfect marker for the bull. So
52.
Did open for him.
Dennie,
But Dennie Olde Kalter, every
121.
question that's been asked of Dennie this week, he's had answers for. He's probably got the toughest opposition right now. Really see what they're making of him. Again, fantastic setup play. 80 is never easy. You're always thinking when you first start, you must stay straight.
Game shown the second.
Straight as a die.
Darryl Pilgrim.
And that thing must be feel like the size of a house now. He's 2 from 2 on the doubles. He's hit a 9 darter and he's hit an under an 18 average.
Look
at these two going at it again. That double top and that treble 20 must look like it. When you've hit 17 180, it must be
97.
It must be the size of a barn door.
Series 5, Week 2, Group A. Records being broken left, right and centre. Compliment with a 9 darter from this man. You wouldn't know by the look of him. Like I said, the adrenaline surging through his body now is how you've got to manage it. You've got to be versatile. You've got to be really calm and composed to be a dart player. To have that 9 dart, then come back a game after. Like I said, this is a real testament to be hit to him against the top of the table, Dennie Olde Kalter, and he's leading 2-0 and smashing the treble 20 bed still.
180.
I know it's probably a stupid time to ask you, Scott, but who do you fancy from this week, Saturday night? looking at Group BC and what you've seen today.
Before the 9 darters and all these 180s, I said Darryl Pilgrim at the start, and if he sort of messed up, then the two Dutch guys would be right there to jump on it. Is that number 19?
That's just that 100, 180, 180. That's number 19, 180s.
57. Darryl required 41.
That's 11 180s today. As he looks at a big 9. Surely the double 16 be straightforward.
Game on the third leg. Darryl Pilgrim.
Unbelievable. 118.88 average last time. He's slacking. 118.66 now. He needs to sort himself out.
Game on. $140.
We've got to get excited right about now because he's only potentially 9 darts away. I mean, the highest record going into the MODUS Super Series history was it
97
the match in Southampton. Jason Asker with 118.44. Right now, Darryl is on the cusp. He's on the precipice, and he's hitting the treble 20 bed.
131.
Fantastic darts again. He's just shy of 121 average.
36.
We're going to see more history made here today at the MODUS Super Series HQ.
180.
So, is he going to go for the ball, surely? I mean, if we're going for averages, you just well go for the ball. He's set on 124.72.
100. Darryl require 50.
For the match. And record-breaking darts. Double 16. It's
Game
destructive.
shot and the
It's
match.
Darryl Pilgrim with the
Darryl
record
Pilgrim.
average here at the MODUS Super Series of 122.69. Have it. Unbelievable dart from Darryl Pilgrim as he looks up there. You broke the record, Darryl. 122.69, and boring does. I loves the checkout ratio. 4 from 4. The man has been absolutely sensational today. A 9 darter. And now a record breaker here at the MODUS Super Series. It's wonderful darts from Darryl Pilgrim. Follow that, Scott Taylor, Niall Culleton. They're up next.
Well, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series on what is a history-making, record-breaking day here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Now, a couple of games ago, Darryl Pilgrim averaged 118.88 in defeat, actually, to Scott Taylor, hitting a 9-darter in that match, and in doing so, set a new MODUS Super Series record. Well, records are there to be broken, and 2 games later, he has broken that record, and he's absolutely smashed it. 122.69 the average in a 4-0 victory over the league leader, Dennie, Olde, Kalter. 100% on the doubles, 4 out of 4. An 82 check out the high in there, 4 180s. But the staggering stat again, I will repeat it, 122.69, the highest average we have ever seen here at the MODUS Super Series. And Pilgrim has broken the record in back-to-back matches. Remarkable stuff. Scott Taylor somehow managed to beat him in the previous one, and he's in action again now. He's going to take on Niall Culleton.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's a lot to be taken in, isn't it, in the last few games? And up comes Scott Taylor to try and repeat some more of his 100 average. But yeah, what a sensational last 20 minutes or so it's been here at the MODUS Super Series. Sensational for us as commentators, and hopefully for you at home watching, you have watched a very special darting moment.
First leg, Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yes, and Owen Binks with a 9-darter there in the record average. I'm sure we'll be hearing a little bit about that later. What?
59.
Do you know what, Scott? People talk about the MODUS Super Series now. And I'm saying to him, it's the best amateur prize that's out there now. You can just see the passion and desire of the players coming through. And, you know, when you compliment that, when you see darts like that. I mean, my social media's going mad right now. And just imagine Darryl's fun. I bet he's looking forward to getting him back at the end of play today. But I've just gone in there right now, and the guys are just ripping him apart and saying, why against me? And it's all good fun in there. It's just been a terrific day here in Portsmouth.
140.
Yeah, I know one of my buddies will be missing this immensely.
140.
Henry Deacon. What a day to have off, Henry.
Yes, he's messaging me right now as well. I was thinking exactly the same. I was with him last night. It was his birthday.
45. Now you require 81.
What did I take today? Why am I not there today? Great stuff from Culleton.
Game show the first leg. Niall Culleton.
11-darter from Niall Culleton. It just feels it bears a little bit of insignificance of what's going on right now.
Second against Niall Culleton. Game on.
He had a very disappointing day yesterday. In his first leg of the day, I really was concerned about him. He hasn't had the results. He hasn't had the rewards today, but he's played a much better, which lays a foundation for his campaign in Group B, Group C, what that will be. And he's up against a Scott Taylor who's been absolutely inspired. 109 average, 100 average. Like I said, it's just, you know, your mind still goes back to Darryl Pilgrim. It's difficult, but for these two players, the focus must be on the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's hard to focus on your own game when such good things have been going on. You know, there are a bunch that really are genuinely pleased for Darryl and what's been happening to him today, but they'll all be back head on to business now. They will. The guys that have got to play him will be fearing him a little bit, I should imagine.
It's like I said, he has to try and somehow just manage what's going around his body. I mean, the excitement, the adrenaline, the good feel factor, but he's still got a couple of games. I mean, luckily, he doesn't come back until he's next up against Niall Culleton.
The adrenaline must be pumping through his body. He can play till midnight tonight without a problem, and it's going to be difficult for him to sleep tonight as well.
We said he's got that Rolls Royce throw. We looked at the Scott Taylor throw compared to his, and
53.
The difference. Scott Taylor's producing some fantastic numbers also today. It's tops for 1-1.
43.
I'll have a nervous look. That's what he's doing. A little nervous look there to see what Niall Culleton was left on. This would be a big ask, but the day we've been having today, part of me fancied that, but just that lateral drift into the fives, chance for Taylor to make 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Double five already today.
Taylor.
Finds his route back there.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first.
17 dart leg that.
Game
Taylor,
on.
which looks like a mediocre leg.
$60.
55 180s in this group in a day and a half.
136.
Could be more records broke there.
I'm sure we've got our statisticians looking at
134.
180s records in a week, and we're chasing everything now in the back room.
Yeah, it's
trying
great
to
when I
work
get
out.
production in my ears as well.
86. $135.
Have you ever had that feeling on the dartboard, like he's just had, Scott, where you just feel like you're not going to miss?
Yeah.
140.
But I've only had it once or ever twice in my life, and I think you strive for that every other game that you ever play. You know, it's one of those.
94.
You know, you refer back to the Lakeside 2015. I never ever thought I was going to lose that game. And the double felt as big as a house. And every time Adams came back, I knew that I kept saying to myself, well, that wasn't enough.
99.
I just had something special in my head that day,
78.
and it makes you feel like it's as big as a barn door.
Yeah, helped me in my career. We'll come back to that in a second.
Game show on the third leg.
Why did we ever doubt that was not going to go in? Because the combination finishes, the clutch finishing today from the 6 players have been outstanding. Niall Culleton's been excellent in this game, averaging 98, 1 from 1 on the outer ring. It's still 2-1 down. But yeah, I remember something that you once said, and we spoke about last time we were
60.
together, where you missed your opportunity to take the match, but your mentality was not to panic. And if I get in that situation again, next time I'll get it. And I use that personally myself.
Yeah, I just knew what it felt like to go for it. So I you know, rather than being in awe of it and going, oh, I've lost my chance, it was like, well, I know what it feels like to go for it again next time. And I used it to my advantage. And I wish I could
24.
think like that every day that I play, but you don't. And that's what makes those moments special. And that's why those special moments in your life, darting life, come that way.
Yeah, I had a couple of games. I remember playing Martin Atkins at the Welsh Open and the most terrible board, people walking by you. And I played Doggy Dawson in Belgium or somewhere, and you just know when everything sort of clicks. Yeah, I wish there was
41
stats in them days, because we were putting some monster averages together, weren't we, Scott?
Yeah, we were over the short formats, very similar to this.
139.
But nothing like I've seen in the last 25 minutes, that's for sure.
Well, we haven't seen a 170 yet, Scott.
85. It's got your record 170.
We haven't seen a 170 yet, Scott.
128.
Go on, Scotty Taylor. I live closer than that, son.
He waves to the crowd. Are you going to tell him, that there's no crowd there today?
It's got your record 42.
Way he snarled at that double 12 earlier. I'll let you tell him.
Well, there's no crowd today. But you can be with us on Saturday night to see starts like this.
2.
No panic. We're Culleton back on 191.
How excited would Henry have been telling us about the ticketing news after that?
97. It's got your record 40. Game show on the
3-1
fourth
Taylor.
leg. Scott Taylor.
Just doing it, just under, like I said, all the headlines will be Darryl Pilgrim today, but Scott Taylor can get over the line. It will be 3 from 3 today. We did say, yes, he was the type of player that could go 5 from 5 today. What a day he's having. But like I said, the headlines. But see, you can be with us on Saturday night as well.
58.
Simply scan that QR code. It'll take you to dartshop.tv. There's a small booking charge. And look, you do make it extra special on Saturday night.
140.
It's a wonderful arena to play darts. The acoustics when there's a full crowd in here, and you will see darts like this. Come and join us.
140.
Fantastic to see you.
$100.
Oh, Culleton here, not going away. I started 140 ton from him.
139.
Yeah, surprising, no 180s. Only 2 from Niall. In the whole of the competition so far, but he's beginning to be that lateral drift in the 5s and 1s from yesterday. Pressure the 170 finish.
Now you're 121.
High when that first treble 19 went in. And Culleton saved the match. Well, he's got the bullseye.
86. He's got your required 72.
I've given up predicting which way he's going to go, but he's gone traditional. Double 12.
66. Now we require 35. 26 left. Game show on the 5th leg. Niall Culleton.
I think Scott both moved our head to the left there.
As if we could see round the dart on the TV, Glenn. We both did it instantly at the same time. It was, yeah.
Yeah, you looked at me thinking, what are you doing? And I looked at you thinking, why are you moving your head?
60.
Chance for Taylor here, but as Scott alluded to there, good stuff from Culleton. He's been second best in majority of this game.
58.
He's hanging in there.
With Niall, do you think that we've seen him this morning and yesterday just trying, and now he's got to the point where he's going, you know what? I've done all that trying, I've done all that tight arm rubbish and all that. I've just got to let this go.
Yeah, the positives outweigh the negatives today for Niall Culleton, that's for sure. But he's just not getting the rewards. That will frustrate him. But he will be planning his assault now on, Group B and Group C.
100.
So you don't want to go into there with a massive amount of losses, but it's very difficult, and you'll know more than I do. You've seen players in the back room in this
101
format where, when you stay, difficult to suddenly start getting over that winning line. You feel like everything's against you. What I would say, save all your good fortune
100.
for Group C.
There is times, we've both had it, where you just want to walk out of this commentary box, go into the back room and cuddle the fella and go, do you know what? You're not as bad as you think you've been playing.
92.
And you've just been a touch unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely. Wonderful setup play.
Got your 160.
is always a finish as Dart players like. Just the one treble needed. It's going to be treble 19 if he's going to get it. Looking good for Culleton for 3-3.
76. Now you require 32. Game show on the 6th
tidy
leg.
finish in there from
Niall Culleton.
He'll be pleased with the way that he's come back into this game from 3-1.
7th and final leg. It's Scott to throw first.
Scott, on the other hand, will now be trying to concentrate and
93.
get himself off with at least one treble, which he has done, which was a treble 18.
100.
Great response. Nothing to separate these two right now. Maybe just that little bit of magic. That'll be concerning for Taylor. He's had a great day so far.
81.
He'd be super frustrated if he doesn't get over the line in this game after leading 3-1. But Culleton is beginning to look good. There's that lateral drift that he wants to eradicate.
95.
Sometimes that can come in when you don't quite throw the dart as hard as you want to. Can deviate.
140.
It's funny how you keep saying how hard the darts, because that's what, when I chatted with Ross Smith about my problems, I mean, basically was saying throw the dart harder, Glenn. Try.
60.
And it's interesting that you've that analogy a few times today. Maybe something I might ask you about after this game. This is excellent stuff from Taylor once again.
83.
Disappointed. You can see that with the last dart.
$136.
Yeah, lovely
It's got
pick up
104.
there from Culleton.
$76. No, you're requiring 110.
Can't be done now. It's advantage. Scott said you can see him behind there just preparing. I really, really like that. These are big moments for him. This is to go 3 from 3 today. Just keep himself in the mix. And that's
Game
exactly
shot
what he
and
does.
the
Scott
match.
Taylor is on a mission
Scott
today.
Taylor.
3 wins out of 3, but fair play once again to Niall Culleton. He was absolutely superb in that game, and you can see what it means to Scott Taylor there. Them averages there are dwarfed by what's happened today, but they are magnificently professional stuff, and Scott Taylor has been absolutely brilliant today. The outer ring will be a slight disappointment to him, but for Niall Culleton, positives outweighed the negatives. And next up, it's an old Dutch affair. It's Dennie Olde Kalter against Arjan Konterman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to an absolutely insane day of arrows action here at the MODUS Super Series. We've seen the record average broken not just once but twice today. We've had a 9-dart finish as well. Darryl Pilgrim producing all of those honours in this spellbinding run of form for him. Was beaten in one of those record-breaking performances, 4-2 to Scott Taylor in the middle of those results there, as you can see, but then produced a 4-0 win over Dennie Olde Kalter, in which he averaged 122.69, the highest average at the Super Series, the third highest average ever broadcast anywhere. It's been a stunning day, and surely Darryl Pilgrim in that performance will be top of the table, but no, Dennie Olde Kalter and Arjan Konterman still 2 points clear, and one of them will go 4 points clear of Pilgrim and Taylor, and outright top of the table themselves if they win this all-Dutch duel. So more madness ahead, I'm sure, and it will be made sense of by our commentary team, Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Yeah, as we're finding out more and more, what a special moment we were able to commentate on.
First leg, it's Dennie to throw first.
Half an hour
Game
ago
on.
now. MODUS Super Series continues to produce record-breaking stuff.
60.
Yeah, and as Chris mentioned there, the third highest live broadcast average. Number one, Peter Wright, 123.50 at the Pro Tour in
96.
2019. Michael Van Gerwen, 123.40. Premier League, 2016. Darryl Pilgrim, 122.69.
140.
Super Series, 2023. He's in decent company there, Scott.
Absolutely, and the game that he lost against Scott Taylor with the
96.
118.88, we were actually, I think Chris and I made a bit, well, Chris more than me made a tongue-in-cheek comment that he missed 8 darts at a double in that sort of game, and what could it have been? Well, comes straight out and bashes out that 1-2-2.
Yeah, he was literally on 124 average going on to that finish of 50, and the tongue-in-cheek should he go straight for the bull. I think that would have put the average close to 120 then, wouldn't it?
I have him down as quite a cheeky chap, Darryl. So I think had he had known all the averages being in a line in front of him with that approach, maybe he would have gone for the ball. I think he might have done.
180. Dennie requires 61.
Just letting Dennie know with that 180 there. Well, Dennie has a nervous look. Typical when you go up for 61. He's going to get a dart at double 4.
Game shot the
very
first
nice.
leg. Dennie
Once again,
Culleton.
super clinical. He continues to impress, and that was a big finish. And Arjan did exactly the right thing. Arjan hit the 180 there just to let your opponent know the score, that I'm still here. But he didn't look phased at all, did Kalter.
65.
Yeah, on that route, very difficult to throw at the ball or for the 25 on a 61 and not actually aim at the ball. You tend to aim at the bullseye. You can't really aim at a 25.
Yeah, I always hear Chris Mason's words in me head when I used to go up for 61 and hit the ball, because he said that's what you're aiming
55.
for.
Yeah, Bobby George was the same in my ear about that. He always liked the treble 7 route, and if you drifted into the 57, you still
60.
I go at double 2.
Yeah, so many tops players are now going treble 7, started by James Wade, really, and that seems like a
99.
A route many players are doing now.
$58.
Yeah, I've started going for the 27 for 67 as well now and again, because I do prefer the higher doubles. That sometimes works for me. Just depends what mood I'm in. If I feel that I can hit it.
Like I said, I've seen me change my mind there now. Knowing what I'm going for and changing my mind. It was a big win for Arjan over Dennie yesterday. I have to say, Dennie has just been so good. What a debut he's had, and just an absolute credit to the ADC Europe. And these are the reasons why we're finding talent.
60
from Holland,
and
Germany,
164.
All them countries. Well, we've seen everybody now, and he's been an absolute credit to himself and the ADC.
123.
Yeah, our friend John Locken out there in ADC Europe. Starting to put things together.
Then he required 41.
Bonds with other darting nations. It's only going to benefit us here at the Super Series.
25.
Long term.
Only record 137.
You might see him look at treble 19 to start. Could go tops.
97. Then he requires 16.
It was a half-hearted attempt, wasn't it, at tops?
It's usually half-hearted as well when your opponent's not on a finish. He could have been more aggressive, but he's got away with it.
Only required 40.
Disappointing. 21 darts thrown. Didn't expect to come back here. Lethal on double 10.
20.
Not this time, surely.
Then he requires
Kalter
16.
will take a 2-0 lead now.
Game shot on the second leg.
That he does.
Dennie Culleton.
Probably more important, the 2 points here for Dennie, because when we look at the averages,
feel like it's Dennie to throw
what's
first.
happened today.
Game on.
We see a fantastic angle of everything that's going on today. If you have aspirations and dreams to be on there, that's what you'll be facing.
140.
Beautiful stage, beautiful venue to be playing darts here, and that's why we're seeing some staggeringly good games, incredible averages, 9 darts to boot.
There we go with the 180. You could see it going before it even left his hand.
59.
Impressive, Dennie Kalter. Very, very impressive. The big rank outsider on Monday morning as we threw out the first start. Not anymore.
100. $180. Dennie require 81.
Just to keep him honest, it's 81. But Danny, it's got to go 12. Oh, it's double 13.
Game
and
shot
what a
the third
tidy
leg.
finish.
Dennie
Those
Culleton.
go when you're 2-0 up, don't they? When you're 2-0 down, you tend to pull it on the inside of the 13, in my experience anyway.
And I think Justin Smith and Niall Culleton are suffering with that. I think they're hitting the wires, whereas the guys at the top,
134.
you can just be lucky when you're up there, and that's a lot of it when you're flying high. Things just seem to go your way. 4-3s go your way, 5-4s go your way.
100.
Scratching for your survival. You're losing 6-5s and drawing great players. I think that's just very typical of darts. And like I said, that's why the mindset of these two have really, really impressed me. And I say that for Arjan as well. I think he's been brilliant this week.
This group hasn't produced a lot of scrappy darts and loose darts at all, has it?
No, it's been absolutely brilliant. And once again, both players are
58.
averaging well over 90 in this game.
$60.
Promised to deliver this group A. It doesn't always happen. You get someone who runs away and other players feel just a little deflated and
140.
But despite that, every single game we're seeing it's creating its own story.
$60. Arjan requires 70.
So 70 for Konterman then. He likes that 18's route. No need to go
30.
for the ball. So sensibly, it's the big 10 to leave himself topped. Then he way back on 181.
96. Arjan required 40.
A touch of pressure.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Not felt at
Arjan
all
Konterman.
by Arjan Konterman. But Dennie Kalter will not be too worried.
it's
He's
Dennie to
3-1
throw
up with the
first.
darts in his hand, and
Game
you would
on.
back yourself in this situation every time, Glenn, wouldn't you?
Well, he's even if it goes 3-3, I'd be thinking as well. I'd be thinking now, if it goes a distance, I'm going to have the darts in 2 of the last
60.
3.
See, I wouldn't think that far ahead. I would be thinking at this particular moment, all the pressure's on him, not me. Just going at a nice solid ton, and let's see what he got. So if he comes back at you at 180, then you know you've got to up your game and dig in.
Yeah, and that's the mindset that we've tried to get across to people watching, and that's what it's like as a dart player up there. It can be physically demanding, it can be mentally exhausting.
80.
Some days you think, oh, that's the way you want it, is it? We're going down that route, are we? And another day you'd think, oh no, he's not going away. He's not going away. The mind of a dart player is very complex for what is such a simple game.
And that's why I love watching the elite players as well and make the game just ridiculously easy. Darryl Pilgrim today has been an absolute superstar. The highest losing average here at the MODUS Super Series, the highest winning average at the MODUS Super Series, and a 9 dart about. What a day. Yet the only person that's unbeaten today is Scott Taylor.
94. $100.
Just quietly but effectively, Arjan is beginning to get into this game. You'd make him favourite for this leg, and it would be the first breaker throw that he needs.
85.
But you can see how he felt about that last dart. He was chasing it.
He's had treble visits in the last 4
43.
visits, which is what's
Arjan required 95.
got him to where he is. He'll be trying to break the game down into breaker throws.
55. Then he required 134.
Well, he took a gamble there of not guaranteeing a finish, because 134 is not easy, as demonstrated there. So Advantage to Konterman.
58.
He's done the job. Can he execute?
Game
Yes,
shot
he
on
can.
the fifth leg.
Match
Arjan
on.
Konterman.
Indeed it is. I think he had a spell there, that second
Six
leg, I
legged
think, where
Arjan to throw
he had
first.
3
Game
darts
on.
at top, then he would have walked away from there 2-0 down thinking, this is my own fault here. I'm doing everything right. I'm just
82.
not hitting the doubles. And you start compelling to yourself that you're not doing a lot wrong, so I can continue to do this. As long as I hit the double at the end, I'm going to be there or
100.
thereabouts at the end. I can hang in this game if nothing changes.
Yeah, they all have the skills of dart players, but it's the attributes I'm looking for. And what I
99.
like about Arjan Konterman, he's, like I said, that old-fashioned. He's very determined. He didn't panic when he went 2-0 down. Didn't panic when he went 3-0 down. And this would be
40.
some fight back. And he's right on. He's looking good for 3-3. And he has the momentum then. We haven't seen a massive comeback this week.
60.
This would be the biggest of the lot, and it would really hurt Dennie, but we've questioned Dennie before. And then he's pulled out a massive score. Can he do that again now?
100.
I was talking to Arjan yesterday, and he said he felt for Dennie at the challenge too because he was just playing poorly. I looked at all his stats, and he hasn't been playing
44.
great all year. But he's come here, and he's been absolutely terrific. And a win here, he'd be the first player onto 14 points, and one game to go. That's a satisfying result.
91. $100. And he require 170.
Neither of these are out of the group, are they? If anything goes wrong here for them, because they played that well.
99.
Nice
And he
setup
require
player.
116.
But again, this is the type of finish dart players like. Big 19 for a dart that tops for 3-3.
96.
Chance for Kalter.
And he requires 71.
Quite simply, you'd be looking at the treble 13 or the treble 17. They're the options. The way he's looking there, you're looking at 13s. Again, big 18. He's got a dart for the match in this old Dutch affair.
51. Aaron, you required 20.
Not to be. There's Arjan. Oh, that's way out. Way out. Rushed. He looked
60.
rushed in that whole thing. He rushed to get in, didn't he?
Yeah, we've said how strong mentally, but they were disappointing 3 darts and gives Dennie
And he
Olde a
required
real
20.
chance. Can he be the first player this week to go to 14 points? Cool, calm and collected. And it's mission accomplished for Dennie Olde Kalter. That was a very thrilling match for him. It's never easy to play a compatriot and a friend, but he gets over that winning line. He gets to that 14 points. We'll next see him in his final game against Niall Culleton later. He'll fancy his chances there. Dennie Olde Kalter is up and running and is continuing to impress. Justin Smith is up next. He plays Scott Taylor. Can his unbeaten run continue?
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Scott Taylor and Justin Smith are ready to play the next match of the day. A day that's seen records broken, a 9-darter, record-breaking average, all of that from Darryl Pilgrim. He may well be taking the plaudits today, but it's Scott Taylor who's taking the points. He's won all 3 of his matches so far, and he's looking to continue that perfect day if he can get victory over Smith in this one. And talking you through it, it's Glenn Durran and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. Yeah, Scott Taylor will be thinking, I could go 5 from 5 here, but when I leave and look at my phone, it'll all be about Darryl Pilgrim. But what a day of darts we're having, and what a day of darts Scott Taylor is doing. He's been absolutely fantastic. Just what the doctor ordered, really. He'll have been disappointed with the way he played
first
yesterday.
First leg is Justin to throw first.
There's a real
Game
opportunity
on.
to play 4 win 4 over Justin Smith, who's having his own issues at the moment. Justin is still only on the 1 win. Never doubt Justin Smith. He's a fabulous player, real maverick dart player. Maybe his preparation he didn't get right, and he's just up against players at this moment, Scott, who are just finding their A game.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with that. I mean, the way that he's played, particularly today, Justin Smith, how he is
45.
still sat there with just the 1 win. I think the same can be said of Niall Culleton as well. They've just run into people at the wrong time, and
60.
They will be looking to now just kind of consolidate and find a little bit of something left 41. In the last sort of half day here and day tomorrow to take to the other groups, whichever one they should end up in.
Yeah, I mean, it's very much
43.
looking like Group C now for Culleton and Smith, so at least they know that they'll probably be back on Thursday morning now, Thursday afternoon. But just looking back, I'm sorry if I'm harping on about that Darryl Pilgrim, but that loss he had of 118.88, that is the highest losing average ever live broadcast. Previously, 115.80 when Phil Taylor lost to Raymond van Barneveld in the 2015 Premier League. I mean, that just puts a little bit into perspective. And brilliant. 164 here for Scott Taylor. Didn't even think about going for it. That tells me where his mindset's at right now, and he's just thinking purely 4 wins out of 4.
58. Scott, you require 64.
Treble 12. He's done this for double 14. He's hit it every time so far.
57.
That's the first time he hasn't checked out.
Justin,
on 64 this week, going that way. 118, very similar to the 116. Just the 1 treble needed.
98. Scott, you require 7.
Well, their opportunity goes begging for Smith, but the plus for him is that he's given himself opportunity. That is the secret.
No score. Justin requires
9 average for Scott Taylor, 100 average, and Alcan at the big 3. That's why we love this game. 1-0 Smith.
First leg. Justin Smith.
Scott Taylor will be super frustrated if he doesn't get over the line in this game. He has to get back to this immense focus that he's demonstrated today.
Scott to throw first.
Something that's really impressed me about his game. I believe something he's been working on as well.
93.
I do like the split shirt idea that Scott Taylor has. Yeah, it's varying colours, and it's all a similar style. It's all sort of
140.
Black on the front, but it's a different colour. He's got blue ones, red ones, I think yellow ones.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. I used to wear a shirt like that in the late 80s, and I'm trying to think what the make was. I don't think it was Naff, but something like that.
42.
Joe Bloggs?
Yeah, Joe Bloggs, I think it was. I think it was Joe Bloggs.
We were all in Joe Bloggs in the 80s. Wow.
100. 140.
Went to the quiz last night and it wasn't even music. Boom, 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 or something like that. It was shocking.
Then in Richard Veenstra, was it?
180.
Yeah, absolutely. How did you get on in the quiz? I haven't seen on social media that you'd won it, so I didn't like to ask this morning when I arrived.
Absolutely rubbish. So one player who hasn't been rubbish in this game is Justin Smith. This will be a surprise.
Game shown the second leg.
Maybe not to him. It's 2-0 to Smith with that bullseye there. Scott Taylor, like I said, will be frustrated. He's done the hard work today. He's beat arguably the top players.
Delegates Justin to throw first. Game on.
Well, that's when he beat Pilgrim. That, you know, the top player of the day and tip for the week.
There's no point beating Darryl. Like I said,
59.
he's demonstrated immense darts today. 109 average has been the best from him, but this would be a huge disappointment, a massive disappointment.
83.
Because Justin Smith just hasn't been at the races this week. But you have to show all facets of the game. And one of them is
140.
tenacity, real fight. And to come back from 2-0 down is just as good as 109 average in my eyes.
58.
Yeah, bounce back ability. That's the biggest part of being a dart player. We all know those front runners that get a couple up and you don't see them for smoke. We all know that. And we all know that they're out there. But the special ones,
56.
3-1 down, they start coming and chasing you. They're the ones. And those are the types of guys you'll be seeing
59.
here all week at the Super Series.
$60.
There's a real northeast flavour as well. I've had a message today from Tony Wood. He's probably the northeast #1 right now.
58.
Davy Prinz. Be great to see him also here this week.
100. $125. Justin, you require 86.
Keeps him involved, but Smith is a big favourite here. 7-7.
Game shot in the
3-0 to
third
Smith.
leg. Justin Smith.
Don't ever write a conclusion in relation to the MODUS Super Series. Scott Taylor being the man of the day. Played 3-1-3. Up against Justin Smith, played 3, lost 3. And all of a sudden, that maverick play, that front runner that Scott alluded to, when this man gets in front, and that's why the frustration for Scott Taylor there is evident, but he has to show some real determination and fight, because if he can come back in this game, it will hold him in good stead for the future.
140.
Looking at the table, it looks like a big turnaround for Smith, but actually looking at the way he's played today, it is not. It is
60.
It is what he's been doing today, but he's been getting those darts at that 7-7 or the whatever, and he's missing them. And now all of a sudden, here he is, 3 from 4, starting to drop in, but you don't just turn it from nothing to this. It's been there all day.
40.
He's just been a tad unfortunate. And maybe that change of flight earlier, putting the Welsh flights back in, is you know, it's changed his luck a little bit in his head.
46.
Like I said, he's not beating himself up today. I have a feeling maybe watched back yesterday and probably heard me ranting on about it, because he doesn't need to show his opponent anything. And something you mentioned
120
on arrival today,
136.
something you picked up, and he's looking good in this match.
58.
One good setup here from Smith would make that 78 very difficult for Taylor.
58. Scott, you require 78.
He feel he needs to take this, get himself back into this match.
58.
Clattered off the other dart or flight.
Justin, you require 120.
Flying off. 3-bar referee Owen Binks, and here we go.
Game
and
shot
that's why I
the
felt
match.
that he had to take
Justin
the 78, because
Smith.
Justin Smith had that finishing in him in this game. He runs out 4-0 winner to Scott Taylor. Probably the surprise result of the day. An 85 average for Smith. Taylor dropping down to a 78 could be the story of the match. We head off now to a short break, and we return with the man of the day, Darryl Pilgrim, and he takes on Niall Culleton.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team of the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, or welcome if you are just joining us. If you have missed any of today's action so far, you haven't missed much. A relatively quiet day at the office so far. No, actually, it's been the most remarkable day we've ever witnessed at the Super Series, and largely down to one man, Darryl Pilgrim, hitting the highest losing average ever broadcast anywhere. That was the record average in this tournament. Then he broke it in the very next match. He had a 9-darter as well, for good measure. And he is back on the hockey right now. Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell will have the pleasure of guiding you through his match with Niall Culleton.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris. And yeah, definitely the word pleasure, because it's absolutely been a pleasure to watch this man throwing darts now today. He's given me some real highs in this commentary box today. The 9-darter was just a really special moment. And then that incredible game he had with Scott Taylor. And then, you know, just when you thought it was all done, he pulls out the highest average seen at the MODUS Super Series. It's just been absolutely terrific. And
game on.
It'll feel difficult for him to come up now and what he'd give now just for a 4-0 victory and a 90 average and just move on from there, because you can't. It's impossible to replicate what he's done today. He just needs to get the 2 points and, you know, just get off that stage there. But he's up against an inspired Niall Culleton who's just not getting the rewards. He's sat on 2 points and you're thinking, what's Glenn on about?
96.
But the improvement from yesterday today, you know, the positives far outweigh the negatives. And I hope he sees that. I know he's been watching his games back on a night. And like I said, he could come back fighting in Group C. That's got to be his plan now, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely has. And we know that nobody's ever said that the game is fair. Sometimes you don't get your just desserts and your rewards, and that can be certainly said for Niall today. Just seen some good moments from Justin Smith in the last game, and I'm sure that Niall will be hoping to reproduce that, but obviously very difficult against the likes of Darryl Pilgrim, who is, as we say, produced many magical moments today already.
85.
Just in a wonderful zone right now. It's a great feeling as a dart player. He decided not to go for the 170.
96.
Better from Culleton, like I said.
74.
That lateral drift into 5s and 1s was really evident yesterday. Whatever he's done in his practice, he's up against a real machine now. He's got a dart to tops. Of course, he's going to go in. Not only go in, but right smack bang in the middle. It's 1-0 Pilgrim. He needs to up his game, Scott. He's only averaging 100 at the moment.
Yeah, we'll obviously have to have a word with the powers that be and see if they want him to continue in this group, or whether we need to replace him if he's only averaging 100.
Just a young man as well in his infancy in the game. Like I said, to get that challenge to that was a real monkey off his back, he felt. And
42.
You can just sense the confidence coming from him. He's got the real tools of the trade. We called it a Rolls Royce throw at the beginning of the day. My only concerns is it's a very 43. Long pullback that he has there. And I'm just wondering, in terrifically difficult, high-pressured situations, i.e. on the professional circuit, that can catch you out. More minimal stuff you can do on your throw, the easier it could be. But I'm a massive fan.
So I'm going to ask you a question now. So these big moments that have happened today for Darryl Pilgrim.
100.
And you and I have both had those moments that have changed you and gone to the next level. What has that done for Darryl Pilgrim today?
I mean, I go back to what happened last week when he won a challenge tour. I think that was a real
134
momentum change for him, that he gets that belief that he can get over that winning line, and he's brought that onto the MODUS Super Series right now. And he will be feeling 7 foot tall. I think he's even forgetting about the league table right now. What he's thinking is, I've got a massive game in me. I can average 120. I can do 9 darters, and that can all be good for the future.
But he has to be believing that I have that game in me, rather than it becoming a burden into trying to keep repeating that game, doesn't it?
Absolutely. Like I said, he knows he can do it now. He's travelling. He's got a couple of Euro tours where he can really showcase his talents on the biggest stages of them all. He should be a professional player. I expect him to be a professional player.
76.
And there's the other aspect that's not even to do with the darts, is that everywhere he goes now, people are going to mention the 9 dart. Are they going to mention the when 40. He hasn't even got a dart in his hand, and how
requires 16.
You react to that as well. It's the stardom, the bit of stardom that comes with it, isn't it?
He does feel very level-headed. I did go into that players area.
He's on the second leg.
It's double 8 there for 2-0 lead. He does seem very cool, calm, and collected. I did see him lose a bit of an identity, showcase his vulnerability when he got beat here at the MODUS Super Series on a Saturday night. I began to see what he was like, but he seems to have gone away. He seems to be working on 60. His game. He realises he's a great player, and like I said, now he's doing it, with the cameras here as well. It's, the social media's gone absolutely crazy the
60.
past hour, and that can only be good for him. Just really important, Scott, that he's got the right people around him. Because when you don't want to start thinking you're better or bigger than you are, just needs to continue what he's doing because it's working.
140.
Yeah, and change nothing from his personality and what he's doing. But inevitably, there will be those moments where sponsors will start phoning up and wanting a bit of it. And he has sponsors existing. There comes a point where it can become very difficult, Glenn, can't it?
It can be extremely difficult. Like I said, that's why it's great to have the right people around you.
96.
To pick up the phone to a Scott Mitchell, to pick up a phone to a sponsor, someone. I always had a guy called Dennis Coleman with me, and I just trusted him with absolutely everything. But
26.
Look, I had moments where I began to think I was bigger and better than I was, and and that's where my family would say, that's not you, and that's not the way, that's not your behaviours, that's not your values. And like I said, it's really
97.
important. And that's what I think about Luke Littler. All the talent in the world, but just make sure you've got the right people. Get a direction where you want to go. I think Darryl's focus right now is on winning this week. The Euro Tour is pending. And of course, Q School, because he's got all the attributes to be a massive success in the game, and today's just been a wonderful day for him.
56.
I agree with everything you said. I just, we know what happens to you when those groundbreaking moments happen to you. It's not just what happens to you on the board. It's what happens off and how you deal with that. And
52.
And it's just so important.
But right now, only focus on double 16. And the way he's playing right now. Was there any other doubt?
Pilgrim.
Absolutely not. Niall Culleton is probably called Darryl at the wrong time. Well, you say that, but Darryl, what did I say at the beginning? I said what Darryl would do with a 4-0 victory, averaging 90, get off, job done. Right now, he's averaging 90.
136.
It's being normal, Glenn, is what he's averaging. He's back to being a normal guy again.
Yeah, and he's looking at it and saying, why is that not going in? And that's the kind of things I don't want to see from him. I just want him to be that level-headed, cool, calm and collected player that we've witnessed. He's done things today. He'll probably never have another day like this.
140.
Record-breaking averages, winning and losing, 9 darters. But like I said, boring does or would love right now. Just a 90 average, 4-0 win. Thank you very much.
100.
Yeah, back to business as usual and leave the hype behind. Just continue to be me, and I think that's what he will do. I don't think he's the sort that will get ahead of himself at any point in time. He just doesn't. The few chats that I've had with him, and we've sat together at times, I just don't believe that that's him.
Yeah, I mean the lads were ripping him apart next door. He just was sat there, and just remain cool. But the guy who was the one with the loudest voice in there was Dennie, Olde, Kalter. I was surprised at how big of a personality he's got.
100.
Right now, this leg's been all about Niall Culleton.
96.
Hard work's done.
Now you require
Can
84.
he execute the finish?
Game shown the fourth.
Absolutely galloping over the line there, does
Culleton.
Niall Culleton. And again, much respect, Niall. You're up against a man that's inspired at the moment, but you haven't given up.
Fifth
You've shown
against Darryl
enough
to
for me
third
today
first.
to say that there's plenty more in the tank for this week. You've just got to keep believing. And Scott, there must be something about for Justin Smith and Niall Culleton when they see the next group and everyone's back on 0-0-0, because when you're going back to your room for 3 days, back to the players area, and you're sat in the bottom two,
100.
can't be a great feeling. But when you go back to Group C, win your opening game, to see your name at the top.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't see. They're both there at the bottom, but I don't think it's
100.
the way that they've played exceedingly badly. It's the way that the four above them have been absolutely been right there in their top 80%, 90% of their
81.
game so far for a day and a half. So, you know, they've got to find something. They've got to find something that makes them tick. And whether it's an 84 checkout with a bullseye and you think about that tonight, going, you know, I did some good stuff today. And that's what I would reiterate to both Justin and Niall, that they need to watch it back and go, hang on a minute, if that dart gone on another side, that's a different
Now we
game. If
require
that dart gone here,
170.
because they've been in the games to be able to do that.
Well, it's been the perfect day. The 170 would have just been the cherry on the cake, but
98.
setup play is just as good for Niall Culleton. Been always going to be a tough match against Darryl Pilgrim.
82. Now he requires 72.
Move to 12 points, just 2 points behind the leader. It's double 12.
48.
Not to be, but Culleton back on 178. He'll be looking just to keep Pilgrim honest, just in case there's half a
92.
chance that he
Now he
gets a
requires
go.
24.
It's another
Game
stellar
shot and the
performance from
match.
Darryl Pilgrim.
Darryl
What
Pilgrim.
a day's having, but this time it was just about being super professional, super calm, cool and collected. It's been an amazing day, but he handled everything. He showed his versatility in that game. I asked for a 90 average. I was given a 90 average. 4 from 8 on the outer ring. Just the perfect performance for Darryl Pilgrim against Niall Culleton's having his own trials and tribulations. He has to keep believing. As we move on to the next game, it's Scott Taylor against top of the table, Dennie, Olde, Kalter.
Well, sorry to disappoint you, but there's only 3 matches left to play on this remarkable day of darts from the MODUS Super Series. Scott Taylor will take on the table topper at the moment, Dennie, Olde, Kalter. Arjan Konterman will then face the man of the day, Darryl Pilgrim, before Niall Culleton and Justin Smith duke it out in the final match of Tuesday's play. Amongst all the madness, we may have kind of missed what's actually happening in terms of trying to qualify for finals now, and it is still the Dutchman Olde Kalter at the top of the table, looking to make sure he stays there, but Scott Taylor can go within 2 points and open the door for Pilgrim or Konterman to catch him. Let's see how it unfolds in the company of Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thanks, Murph. I can't believe it's just 3 games to go. It's one of those where you should go out there and ask the lads to do it all again. Just get them to go straight back on it. It'd be great just for our entertainment. Shut the cameras off.
Tell you what, Scott,
First
I don't think they could reproduce what's happened today. It's been a spectacular session of darts. Some incredible moments I won't forget. It's just been a pleasure to watch. And I tell you, if Scott Taylor can get over the line in this match, how exciting will tomorrow be? This man, will you continue to ask him questions? He has the opportunity to put a 4-point lead at the top. As a neutral,
136.
You're in the corner of Scott Taylor. For Dennie Olde, he doesn't care. He just wants to get to 16
93.
points. How strong this group is, that would be a tremendous return after 2 days.
Yeah, I totally agree.
140.
I think the situation mentally here for Dennie is to not overthink anything too much. If you want to top the group, I know how I felt when I came in, or I needed to beat certain players that were above me and deal with the ones that were around me. So, and you can't top the group unless you beat the people that are right there with you.
65.
And you've just got to concentrate on that and be well focused on those particular games.
Which Scott Taylor are we going to get? This is a promising start because he'll have been extremely disappointed with his last game against Justin Smith.
160.
He was looking like he was going to run through the card, but still put himself in a good position.
$56. Scott, you're recording 56.
The opening leg. There's that grimace.
Game shown the first leg. Scott Taylor.
It's a 14-dart opener. And I think he's put to bed any thoughts, the negative thoughts he had with that performance against Justin Smith.
Dennie to throw first.
He can join those players on 12 points.
$45.
Chance for Taylor.
$140.
I noticed Olde Kalter there is that a lion tattoo on his arm? Should we be calling him Dennie the Lion?
59.
One thing I've never done is get a tattoo.
100.
No, me either, mate. I'm definitely
it's the obligatory.
tattooed.
What's it? Is a sleeve now, isn't it, these days for dart players? But it was never for me.
135.
I don't like any sort of injection. So I don't like needles. And yeah, that
60.
doesn't appeal to me at all, to be fair.
You see Dennie looking at the 18s if he gets a single 20 here.
$128.
Not only does he look at it, there were 2 beautiful darts. He takes the advantage in this leg. Would be for a holder throw.
47.
Becomes a big favourite now after that.
134. $40. Scott, you require 154.
Won't be happy with that. Options here on 154. He's got the 19 to it, which many players are doing now because you're replicating the second dart.
48.
But both
and
players have messed up
94.
their setup play. Scott looks a little tired now. He came out the traps fantastically well today. He needs to find something from somewhere. I like this from Kalter. Bullseye.
69. Scott, your
It's
requirement
aggressive,
106.
isn't it? And it's showing that you want to win the leg. That's an aggressive route.
46.
It's a bit wide and
And he
handsome
required
for the treble
25.
16. So it's Olde Kalter here to tidy the 25.
Game shown the second
We've seen
leg.
the good, the bad and the ugly
Dennie
here from
Olde
Scott
Culleton.
Taylor. That was a fantastic first leg and a very poor second leg there. He's trying to find something to best the
Delegate
five.
Scott to
Tell
throw
yourself,
first. Game
you've
on.
got the dart. You're just trying to find that inner strength in it because he looks fatigued. He looks tired. A lot of exertion of
78.
pressure in them first 3 games he put in. 109 average, 100 average. He looks sensational. It's a real war of attrition, this MODUS Super Series. And
121.
the super fit Dennie Olde Culleton is looking good again.
48.
Is it a case of Scott Taylor knew that he had to come out of the blocks flying this morning and he needed to win some big games against the opponents around him? And he's got a fade in as the day's going on?
One of the questions I asked Darryl Pilgrim at the beginning of the day, Scott, was, you know, you faded at the end yesterday. Are you going to do anything different today? I mean, you've been in there. You've been in that room. You know, sometimes as a dart player, I was very good at getting myself ready for
100.
a game of darts, whether it be on the TV or whatever. You know, these players are having to do it over 4 or 5 hours. And like I said, for me, Scott Taylor is looking like he's running on empty.
85.
And Dennie Olde Culleton, I feel, can sense that.
These sorts of things, I'd like a minimum of 2 hours to be here before a dart's thrown in anger. And otherwise I feel that if I don't put 2 hours in before I come here, I feel that everything's in vain of what I'm doing.
98.
Yeah, I think
Scott
one of my
McGuire,
regrets in the
95.
PDC that I started making, instead of 2 hours, I was getting there 3 hours before. Double 19.
Game
It's a
shown the
very,
third
very
leg.
tidy
Scott
finish,
Taylor.
that 95. Treble 19, double 19. He stares and growls at the dartboard. He's literally fighting on
Full
fumes
Dennie
right
to
now
throw
as Dennie
first.
sort of looks over there.
Game on.
No eye contact at all from Scott. It's going with throw. And once again, there's that lovely pullback of Dennie. That front elevation, he sort of
43.
leans forward a little bit with that throw.
Yeah, I'm with you on the preparation front. I'm a 3 hour man before a TV
96.
tournament. I'm usually 3 hours. Just in case anything goes wrong or you forget something and it gives you a chance to go back and get it or that sort of thing. So I totally understand the 3 hours.
180.
Perfect timing to see his throw there. Oh, that's just a beautiful, much more upright is Scott, and he's got that
85.
very different to the other 5 players where he's got that very micro pullback. If you watch the dart, the way Dennie is bringing it to his face, and that lovely, elegant release of the dart and the full
100.
extension of the arm, whereas Scott doesn't bring his darts back at all. It's just an absolute flick. It's a power coming from the wrist and fingers.
140.
Both have the same desired effect. Another quality game.
We've come to expect
81.
nothing less from this session today, have we? It's been an absolute barn burner of a session.
Yes, you've attended today for an absolute classic, to be fair, Scott. Let's hope Saturday night can be exactly the same.
85. Then he required
Because there's a
97.
wonderful crowd here. You can join us down at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Just head off to dartshop.tv. The tops.
Game
What
shot
a
the
finish,
fourth
Dennie
leg.
Olde Culleton.
Dennie
Every
Olde
time a
Culleton.
question's being asked, that man has the answers. He continues to impress. This is now a best of 3.
Fifth leg, it's
Huge
Scott to throw
connotations
first.
towards the group as
Game
well.
on.
I say a win for this man means it will really, really bunch up. But Dennie still has a real opportunity to put daylight between him
85.
and the rest of the players. All to play it well, Scott.
Could I say that Dennie then did a Scott Taylor on Scott Taylor? I think that was a very Scott Taylor-like route.
41.
And was that a little bit of a, hey, mate, I can do these too? And there we are, back level. And now it's a best of 3.
96.
And Scott Taylor has the advantage with the darts. But, yeah, very impressive little finish, that one.
Yeah, he's using every sinew of effort is Scott Taylor.
41.
Dennie looks as fresh as a daisy. Scott is relying on his years of experience, a word we haven't used an awful lot today, but for a young man, Scott is very experienced. He did reach a Pro Tour final against the best of Michael van Gerwen the year he was absolutely dominating, and Scott Taylor was 4-4 with him at that point in that final as well, before Michael did run away with a 6-4 victory, but that was still his best moment. It just shows what characteristics and what attributes and what skills that this man has, and he'd be frustrated that he's not a professional dart player, but he's not moping about. He's here at the MODUS Super Series, and he still has dreams of getting back there.
62. Then he required 139.
Oh, the Kalter goes down and starts at the 57. Surely. Oh, it's tops up now. He's gone the 42.
119.
Almost punished Taylor there.
What a moment, Scott.
Game shot.
That is a fantastic dart under the circumstances. And I like that response as well, that controlled aggression. Really, really enjoying watching Scott Taylor this week.
Dennie to throw first. Game on.
That desire was there. That's the kind of reaction that I would have done. But will we look back at that moment, because Dennie Olde would have become a massive favourite for this game had that double top gone in.
Yeah, indeed. We saw the double-double earlier from Dennie, and back in the day when I was learning how to play and what have you, 25, 30 years ago, we had some real top-of-the-table clashes in local leagues, and you know, I played in the Salisbury League, and the Huntsman would play the Barley Mow, and I can't imagine as a young man being able to go tops to win a game. I'd have been dragged outside, and I'd have got a good kicking, I think.
Dare I say, 6 months ago in Germany,
180.
Phil Taylor went 2 double 19s, so I think it was the score 96, single 20, 19. And he looked at me as if I was being disrespectful, but it is the way these younger players are going now. They're using that double-double so much. And totally agree, Scott. If I'd have done that in the Grangetown St Mary's, I'd have been booted out.
Yeah, I definitely would have done it. I was reminiscing. I played a bit of ADC in Salisbury now, and I was reminiscing with one or two of the guys who would have played in those games, and yeah, we all agreed that it would not have happened.
What can happen is that Scott Taylor can really make this group interesting.
50.
He's going to have a minimum of 6 darts of 91. He might only need the 2. It's a big win for Scott Taylor. 4-2 off the top of the table. Dennie Olde Kalter. Another stellar performance from Scott Taylor. He nearly went through the card, but 4 wins out of 5 was a real minimum for him, and he's done that. And look at the stats again. Boy, have we been spoiled today. 98.31, and under any other circumstance, it would be the average of the day. But it's just been the norm, and what's been an unbelievable day. Dennie Olde Kalter must see the positives. He's still sat in top of the table right now. But for Scott Taylor, he's right back in the mix. And again, the checkout ratio, fantastic. Another wonderful game. It's the penultimate game, and it's the main man, Darryl Pilgrim. He's up next against Arjan Konterman.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $182.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team of the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
So defeat for Dennie Olde Kalter in that previous match by Scott Taylor means that whoever wins this one will actually end the day top of the table. Will it be his fellow Dutchman Arjan Konterman, who's played some very good stuff so far this week, or will it be Mr. P, Mr. Perfect, Darryl Pilgrim, who has produced too many amazing things to mention in the lead-in to this match? So instead of me doing it, I'll hand over to Scott Mitchell and Glenn Durrant.
First leg, it's Arjan to throw first.
Welcome
Game
back.
on.
Thanks, Beth.
140.
All right, here we go. And it's a nice start.
28.
Konterman.
And Darryl Pilgrim is human. A score of 28. He's having a shocker. He's averaging 28. He's 100 down on his average. Just get the feeling, Scott, that
58.
Darryl will just want to get this game out the way, definitely with the 2 points. But the guy in your picture now will never get the headlines. He'll never get us talking about
44.
him like we do the rest of the players, and he has a fantastic chance here of getting on to 14 points. Darryl Pilgrim's worst game of the day yesterday was his last game. He was not the same player, as Konterman caught him at the right time.
95.
But he must capitalise early. This has been a very poor start for Darryl. It's not going to happen for the full game. So for Arjan, he just needs to get across the line in his first leg before Darryl can even blink.
$100.
I should say, he's not going to be there long and finding his range now, Pilgrim.
57.
What he'd have done for one of those 180s that he's been hitting today right now. What's that on 220?
60.
I'm just intrigued and sitting back and watching it because Darryl Pilgrim's last game yesterday was very reminiscent of this.
Game's on the first leg. Arjan Konterman
has just galloped to the line there. Little 17 darter.
Second against Darryl to throw first.
Darryl Pilgrim needs to start the match right now. He needs to put that last leg to bed and think, I'm not sure what really happened there, but by far the worst leg of the day for him. There's something in his eyes in them 3 darts. It can't be easy after the day he's had. He probably wants to run round the area now and
140
and go yippee or something like that, whatever you would do.
I think you just want to finish the day well and get to your phone and speak to loved ones, and you know, 'cause it's going to be manic for the next. You know, it'll be tea time before he knows it today. But just answering all the calls and the messages, or just even reading them, not even answering them.
Well, that's what I liked about Nathan Aspinall after he won the match play. There's no way you can answer all your messages, and you're getting people who think you're being rude by not. So you just put a video message to sort of thank you, everyone. I will read them over time. A dart player does get a lot of time on their own in hotels, etc., and you sit and read messages there. But I was reading messages from 2019, probably a year ago.
164.
And it does happen. I mean, sometimes if the message doesn't land, you can get them 2 years later. People don't realise that that's how busy your phone can get.
126, and you're
Fantastic use of the
161.
dartboard there, but just 38 finish there. This would be spectacular.
97.
I'm one that just goes straight for these 38s. You're going to split it, have a chance of winning the legs.
Yeah, I'm a 6-double-16 man, so difference of opinion in the comms box. He's gone straight for it.
Game shown the second leg.
wrong.
Darryl Pilgrim.
So for you to have split, you'd have had to hit your split and hit your dart the first dart to be able to do it in two like that.
But
So
my
it's
mentality
Arjan
was
to
I'd
throw
rather have
first.
2 darts
Game
at
on.
double 16 than 3 darts at double 19.
You shouldn't have the mentality that you want to hit whatever. You've got to be able to hit them all.
And my
44.
second favourite double.
So if I come to you now and I put 50 grand on you going to hit double 19, you go, yeah, I'll have a go at your 50 grand, wouldn't you?
And my second favourite double, double 19.
Well, okay, then.
That would
double
always
3 then.
140.
make it 25 grand then, huh?
Yeah, I got 50 grand anyway, but that's not the point. I'm just saying that you've got to imagine that somebody would come up to you and say, right,
125.
here's X amount of pounds, here's 3 darts, go and get it. But I wouldn't split, I wouldn't waste a dart. I know it could cause me problems, but that's just my outlook to it.
When I won my first World Masters, you were
140.
commentating with the late great John Gwynn, and I'd done something very similar, and I missed my big number. I was going 18,
60.
double 16, or whatever it was. And you had that conversation with John Gwynn.
Did I slate you?
You didn't slate me, but you said, but he hasn't hit the big number, John.
I can't believe I didn't slate it back then. I should have really ripped into you.
83.
While I was still playing you. I should have really let you have it.
Now
95.
I'm in the comms box.
Now
I
we reckon
appreciate the work John
138.
Gwynn and Dave Lanham we've been talking about off air as well. Real inspirations. A real inspiration today has been this man.
86.
Lovely set of play once again. And for Konterman, you can only think of 137 at this point.
Yeah,
99.
we're
Now
going
we
to see the
reckon
9 dart. I
52.
played, and we'll know that we were the ones that were sat here bringing it home.
Double 18.
Game shown the third
That's
leg.
the dart. He hit
Darryl
the 9
Pilgrim.
darter with super crisp treble 15, followed by that double 18, which will live in the memory for himself.
Fourth leg, it's
Like I
Darryl to
said,
throw
he's just been
first.
very professional here. It's so easy at this point now just to get over and above yourself, and he just wants to see this game
100.
out, and then he can go and celebrate, do whatever he needs to do, speak to whoever he wants to, but it's been just the most perfect day for him.
58.
And on legs difference, would go top. That's the in-play table there.
96.
Look at the legs difference. How important. That's like an extra point, Scott, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It's and you're fully aware of it when you're playing
100.
here, Glenn. You keep a little eye on it because they've got a little computer with all the table as it's happening in the players' room. But yeah, you're very aware that you really don't want to go down to nil
134.
or even 2. You don't want to be losing by too many legs. It's bigger than a point. It really is.
140.
And the fact that you're aware of it makes it even bigger than that.
Great insight from Scotty Dog. Beautiful dart again. Pick whatever double you want, Darryl.
135.
Guess where he's left. A
137.
little reminder for Konterman.
36.
3-1 for Pilgrim. Pending.
Game shown the
3-1
fourth leg.
confirmed.
Darryl
Darryl Pilgrim is absolutely superb. Effortlessly averaging 97 now. It feels like his B game.
Fifth leg, it's Arjan to
What
throw
a
first.
day he's had.
Game on. $45.
Still Ghost throwing that dart. Same preparation. Replication is key.
$140.
Been Been a day of
140.
breathtaking quality, Scott. And like I said, but what I'm really enjoying is the way seeing out the conclusion to this game. How can it be as spectacular as his 118 averages? But them two darts take his average once again. Over that 100 mark. What a player.
140.
Yeah, it's been a sensational day for him. A dream day.
$140.
Incredibly, no 180s in that game. You're just expecting when the first dart goes in for the others to follow.
We require 81.
For the match. And to top the table.
$72. I only require 81.
He's finally missed something, and it's 81 for Konterman. He's gone the other way. 12 for bullseye.
46.
That looked a little rushed from Konterman.
It did, didn't it? Just lacked a little bit of composure. That will frustrate. For Pilgrim, don't miss the big number. Right in the middle.
7.
Not to be. Surprising.
I only require 35.
Overthinking, maybe?
$19.
Just didn't fancy that.
That we require 2.
How aggressive with the first dart. There's the ghost dart. I always go big first. Don't even aim for it.
Game shot.
A dream day for Darryl Pilgrim. He will top the group overnight. It's been the most spectacular of days for Darryl Pilgrim. The highest losing average at the MODUS Super Series. The highest average ever for Darryl Pilgrim at the MODUS Super Series. And a 9-darter. And just to finish, a mere 96.37. Darryl Pilgrim is in heaven overnight and he will top the table. For Arjan Konterman, he'll be just a little bit disappointed. He had 1 or 2 opportunities there, but you feel the better man won as we move to the final game of the day. It's Niall Culleton against Justin Smith.
Hello, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Alongside me, a man who's certainly let his darts do the talking today, but now you can do a little bit of talking of your own. What a day.
Yeah. Absolutely buzzing, to be honest, after those 2 games next to each other.
What I want to do is show you both of those games, some clips. One place to start, really. 9-darter. Comes in a match against Scott Taylor. He's 3-1 down at this point. Just talk us through what you're going through in your head, because you're averaging around 120 at this point. You must think you can't miss.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say I was eating everything, but I was still 3-1 down. So I was like, I still don't know how this is happening. But yeah, I've been threatening the 9-darter all year. I've missed 3 darts at a double for it, like three different times. I was glad I finally got that one in.
Yeah, really good. Is that your first?
Competition? First competitive one. Yeah.
Brilliant. And speaking of competition, you came here having won a challenge tour as well, so it's been a real roller coaster few days for you, hasn't it?
Yeah. I've thrown some very good darts over the past 5 days.
You threw some very good darts. That's an understatement. The average in that match was 118.88. Now, that was the highest average we'd ever had here at the Super Series, but it was a losing average. In fact, it's the highest losing average that's ever been broadcast anywhere. But then you come and do this in your next match, just 20 minutes later against Dennie, Olde, Kalter. How did you manage to keep your arm going and keep your sort of emotions in check to produce this after what you did in the previous match?
I mean, to be honest, I'm not too sure. I just thought after that last game, it's like, just don't throw like an idiot in the next one. And it was even better. I mean, on Twitter and that, I'm famed for losing with massive averages. But there it is.
Yeah, well, certainly didn't throw like an idiot in that one, as you put it, and we can look at the numbers now. It was an incredible performance. I mean, you were looking up here to try and catch the average, wasn't you? 122.69. What does it feel like when you see that average next to your name?
Obviously, technically, averages don't mean anything, but when you do throw something like that, it means a lot more than just a normal win, because that's throwing like some of the best darts that any player's ever thrown. It is unreal.
Yeah, 3rd highest broadcast average ever. Only Peter Wright and Michael Van Gerwen in front of you, so good company to keep.
It's a higher one even than Taylor.
Yeah, remarkable. And, of course, the best here at the Super Series. Does that mean something to you as well? Because you've been a big part of what we've done here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, especially as the guy who held it before Jason Askew is one of my good mates, so he's going to message me, I know that.
Yeah, I think he's already been on Twitter, actually, yeah. Look, in the end, you've managed to turn it into victories as well, and you end the day top of the table. So important for you now to make sure you get the job done tomorrow and get yourself to Saturday, I suppose.
Yeah, well, always the first aim is just to get the Saturday. Always the first aim any week down here.
Will you do anything this evening to just sort of mark the occasion, to celebrate what you've achieved today? Because it is monumental.
Yeah, I might have a celebratory one, but obviously I won't go mad. But no, I'm well happy after that.
Back to business tomorrow. Well, I'm going to say congratulations and thank you for the entertainment that you provided today. It's been fantastic. Darryl Pilgrim, what a day for him. Record-breaking average as a 9-darter, and he's going to come back and maybe try and do it all again tomorrow. But we've got one more game for you today, so let's get the action underway in the company of Glenn Durrant and Scott Mitchell.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chris, and certainly thank you, Darryl, from myself and Scott Mitchell as well. It's been an absolute treat for us to commentate on just what has been the most spectacular of spectacular days. It was incredible at moments, and just the adrenaline was flying through the guys here in the comms box, and the way he addressed it there and the way he managed it, and his thought process of don't throw badly in the next game. Well, to then throw 122.69 was it was just one of them moments that we just won't all forget, and he absolutely deserves everything he wants to do tonight, but he has to come back and do the business tomorrow. He goes overnight, top of the table on legs difference, and good for him. It was a very refreshing interview, Scott.
80. Yeah, definitely. And I think we spoke about how kind of level-headed he is, and I think that just came shining through in that interview, and thinking of Jason Askew and
58
being a good mate and taking that off him. And look, you know, I if he continues to do that, the world really is his oyster. And as you and I know, the higher you go up the ladder, a few more complications come off the board, and I'm sure that he's got the right people around him to deal with that. And it's a nice headache to have, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. I'd love to be in that position of worrying about what the headaches are when you know you've got 122 average in the locker. And even if it had continued to a longer game, he just seemed to be getting better and better and better. And like you said, he has that throw which can really take him far in the game. But, talk is cheap.
100.
He's done fantastic in this group here. But I think he'd be disappointed if he's there Saturday night and he doesn't qualify and doesn't win the week. So there's still plenty to play for this week for him. But what a day. Now next up here, we've got Culleton versus Smith. And again, that's very likely going to be a match in Group C. And that's the way I'd be treating this. You'd want to get one over your opponent.
95.
He played them 5 times this week. I mean, it was Niall that opened with his only victory yesterday. And his only victory of Group A so far against Justin Smith. Could he do the double? 76 left, I think that is Justin.
92.
He's himself a 2-darter. Needs something special here from Culleton.
100.
Just unlucky there. It's just the one thing that's been really missing from
games on the
from
first
Niall,
leg.
sort of
Justin
way that
Smith.
he's played a nice big. Oh, he's shaking his arm there. A nice big finish is what he's been needing.
Second against Justin to throw
grab a bit of
game on.
confidence.
Yeah, I did say it's a war of attrition when you play the MODUS Super Series. People might think it's just a case of throwing 20-odd grams at the dartboard. But you can see there, Niall's just loosening his shoulder there. I would struggle to play 5 days and do this intensity now. And
100.
like I said, we've said how super fit and everything that he looks, but like I say, your bone structure and whatever, it's always really a tough one to take. For Justin Smith, like I said, I still think he has a major part to play this week. He's too good to go home after a disappointing Group A and Group C
45.
campaign. And I think if he can finish off with a couple of wins, he had that win over Scott Taylor, a surprising 4-0 victory.
60.
And that's a good chance here of getting another 2 points against Niall Culleton. If you're not going to be here tomorrow, Scott, you're looking right at the league table there.
60.
And you're sticking with Pilgrim.
Yeah, I am. After today, I think people would be sending me hate mail and stuff over social media if I tipped anybody else. I think, I felt it at the start of the day, and if he didn't quite do what he does, then I felt that the two Dutchmen in Olde, Kalter and Konterman were going to be there to push him for it. And so far today, I've not seen anything to tell me any different.
56.
Scott Taylor's been fits and starts today. You'd think that he needs to go through the card tomorrow if he stands a chance of coming out top of Group A. Don't say that he isn't. I'm not saying that he isn't capable of doing that. We've seen his determination today. But, those 4 are going to be the ones
108.
who are going to be playing a little bit more nervy than these two maybe tomorrow.
121 doesn't require 20.
Spoiler roll.
Game
the man in your picture, because if Justin Smith does start flying, you'll see 100 averages from him, no problem. He hadn't demonstrated it at all, but I've been happy of what I've seen with Justin today. Yesterday he was quite petulant. He was shaking his arms and shaking his head, and I just didn't like watching what I was seeing. But today's
140.
hasn't done that. He hasn't had the rewards. I think the pair of them have been so much better than yesterday. And like I said, I would never overlook them. For them top 4 players when they play these two guys tomorrow. Best session of dart you've been involved with at the MODUS Super Series?
Yeah, I have to say, yeah. I was here the night that they did the 117. That was a nice evening, and that was a real stonker of an evening. But as a daytime one goes, yeah, definitely the best session
60
I've been involved in my time here.
100. 100. Now you require 101.
Usually goes for the bullseye first. And maybe after that dart, he won't do that again. 39 left.
69. Doesn't require 156.
I think 156 is all about the first dart. And can he follow that? Because that would have left his favourite double. He would have fancied that.
120. Now you require 32. No score.
Just hasn't been his day,
Justin
Scott.
required 36.
No,
Game
been the
shot
wrong
the third
side
leg.
of the
Justin
wires.
Smith.
And Justin Smith takes a 3-0 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Justin to throw first. Game on.
And he's so rapid, Justin Smith. Now he can see that finishing line. You can see Niall Culleton. I think the best thing for him right now is he'll probably just want to get
45.
off on the stage. But what I would say to him, finish the day on a high. Just that 45 there. Like I said, the lateral drift has gone now. He's beginning to find the treble 20. He hasn't had the rewards today, Niall Culleton, but if he is watching back, I think he's been much more impressive than the first day.
140.
Justin Smith, he just has them gears. He has that ceiling. He has them performances in him. And like I said, if I was in the corner of Justin Smith, I would be saying start
100.
focusing on your campaign for Group C, because I still think there's a real big player in there. And he just seems to be playing himself
81.
into form right now. Smith could finish the day with 2 big wins. Now, Culleton might have something to say about that. Keeps himself involved. You might see Smith use the bullseye with the last dart. Not a consideration.
140. Just you require
Fantastic set of
95.
play from Niall.
$35. Now you require
A little
40.
bit scruffy there from Justin Smith.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Niall Culleton.
3-1 to Smith, and after 5 missed darts at the double there, Niall will be pleased to hit that double top. He's back in the
Fifth leg,
game, and
it's
it was a
Niall to
breaker throw.
first.
He has a little look
Game
over
on.
then. Pleased to see that it's his darts now. I think the one thing we haven't seen today is a massive comeback.
41.
With darts like that, it's going to be tough.
$65.
Great last start there from Smith. And all the frailties of Niall Culleton
81.
and big ones. He won't like that. Like I said, it's the end of the day now. You're searching for that little bit of energy inside of you just to get you over that
59.
finishing line. Both are struggling right now. Both are not at the best. The checkout ratio for Justin Smith being the real highlight here, but that scores of little ones there from
81.
Niall. He's bailing himself out with a last dart treble 20.
83.
As does Smith.
$85.
Just the angle of the way them darts are going then now just tells me a little bit of fatigue could be
60.
kicking in. And Justin Smith has just sort of lost his line and length right now.
$95.
Can he give himself an opportunity? Looking unlikely.
84. Now you require 118.
Advantage to Culleton in this leg. He'll stay there. And when you're bottom of the table, that's what happens. When you're top of the
38.
table,
Just you require
just
150.
creeps into the treble 20. Can we have a fantastic finish? He's thinking of 3 bulls there. There's a little wry smile. Been an amazing day.
Game
And
shot
what a
and the
sensational
match,
finish
Justin Smith.
for the most incredible day of darts. And Justin Smith actually finishes with 2 wins out of 2 at the end, just to give himself, put himself on the front foot for tomorrow as well. For Niall Culleton, it's been a very tough day as we look at the tail of the tape. Justin Smith were at 86.29. That high checkout at the end of 150 being the most amazing way to finish the day. It's been energetic, it's been enthralling, it's been engrossing. What a day of darts. But it's Darryl Pilgrim who will lead going into tomorrow.
He certainly will, and we will reflect on the results that we've seen so far. Glenn and Scott Mitchell alongside me have been treated to just a divine day of darts to commentate on.
Yeah, most certainly has been, and it sort of started with that 4-3 at the start of the day. What a game that was. Niall Culleton was coming back into it, and it just hadn't stopped. Yeah,
and Pilgrim was doing what he was doing. We'll talk more about that in a moment. But other players were sort of going under the radar, weren't they? Scott Taylor, Dennie, Olde, Kalter. It's going to be a bit of a fight tomorrow. It's not just going to be one-way traffic.
And even the 2 guys down the bottom, they've not played badly. It's the guys above them have been exceptional today. And they have a big chance to play as a spoiler, and I loved being a spoiler. So those 2 guys will really enjoy tomorrow.
Right, let's just remind you what's happened today. It's been a remarkable history-making day. First of all, the record average was broken by Darryl Pilgrim. That actually in defeat to Scott Taylor, and we can see the end of that match here. So his old pal, Jason Askew, had averaged over 118.4 it was. Darryl Pilgrim in this one, 118.88 with 8 missed darts at double. I spoke to him. It still meant something to have that average despite losing. But, I mean, just look at that, 118.88, and you lose.
I don't know where you go from that. I mean, I've been gutted losing with 102, 104, but I've only hit 118. So, yeah, to come off and still have a smile. I suppose the 9 dart helped with that. But, yeah, you must look in the mirror and go, how on earth have I not made that game?
Yeah, it's amazing that a 9 dart happened. It's not the only thing we're talking about today. But where do you go from that? Well, where he went was back to the practice room for about 10 or 15 minutes and then back out, demolished the then league leader, Dennie Olde Kalter, 4-0. And smashed the average, got 122.69, now the new record.
Absolutely, and funny enough, Glenn and I were chatting between links there about will he ever have a better 25 minutes of darts in his entire life? You know, it's one of those special moments that you dream of having as a dart player. You did it live here in front of the cameras. You know, it doesn't get better.
Yeah, those numbers absolutely astonishing. 122.69. Not only the highest average we've ever seen here at the Super Series, the 3rd highest average that's ever been broadcast behind Peter Wright and Michael Van Gerwen. And you can see, Pilgrim, he said to me, didn't he, up here, Darryl, even Taylor hasn't averaged that much. So again, he's feeling the achievement that he's done today.
Yeah, absolutely. And we touched also in the commentary box of how it changes things off the board as well, that you know, the attention that it brings to yourself as a player and the headaches that it can bring that come alongside it, you know. So, but I think he's such a level-headed guy, and like I say, I've travelled with him and had chats with him in the back of taxis and stuff, and I think he's just going to take it all in his stride, really. I don't think it's going to affect him, and you know, hey, he could do it all again tomorrow. I might be wrong.
Yeah, all in the space of half an hour that happened as well. Have you ever had half an hour that good?
No, just leaving the building usually is the best bit for me.
He only got through 3 legs in half an hour. I'll take a step back before he takes a swing for me. In fact, we'll get something on the screen so he can, if he wants, to get the league table up there, because Darryl Pilgrim all day, despite doing all that brilliant stuff, he was not top of the table, but in the end, he has managed to climb there.
Yeah, because he just, like I say, all that razzmatazz was going on, but the games each side of it, he was doing enough to win games. And like you say, I think he does have to feel the pressure, surely, of being the favourite for the group. But he's come through that, and now, as I said at the start of the show, I thought he would be top of the table at the end of the day, followed by the two Dutch guys, and that's exactly what's happened.
And Scott Taylor also just 2 points behind. I know you're going for Pilgrim to win the group, but who do you think is going to be the biggest threat?
I think Taylor's going to come through it. I think he started really well today. If he can get those 3 games going again tomorrow, and kind of finish him off with two better ones. He hasn't sort of quite finished as well as he started today. If he can be more consistent at the end of the day, I think he has a chance of being the problem.
There we go. It looks like we're going to have a real grandstand finish tomorrow, but today has been one of the most remarkable days of darts we've ever had at the Super Series, as Darryl Pilgrim has just produced divine darts as Mr. P became Mr. Perfect.
And Darryl Pilgrim, you wouldn't know if he was 3-1 up or down, and that's a real testament to his character. And that's 5 180s.
180.
Wow, wow, and wow again. I just well make it 6, Darryl.
Staggering.
180.
This is the most important dart on a 9-darter for me. He's on for it. It's double 18.
It's
the perfect 9-darter. He's been threatening all day. Darryl Pilgrim, what a sensational finish.